You got your funky bus fare.
On 104.7.
A spirit vanish in the air. Yeah. Tell me where she goes. I want to know where did she go.
Iconic Radio 104.7.
Shiny and Ari Restaurant, number 67, Western Main Road, James, opposite Standard. For breakfast daily, Monday to Sunday, from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. On the menu, sada roti, Friday, roast beef, pie, coffee, tea, Milo, vegetable pizza, pancakes with assorted vegetables. Lunch specials daily from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. Chicken pilau, $25. Assorted lunch from $25 to $40. Soup specials and crab and dumpling. Delivery of food available. Dinner a la carte on the pavement from 6 p.m. until burgers, chicken sandwich, hot dogs, fries and chicken, nuggets, shrimp burger, gyros, and anything else you can think about. Call 382-9347 to place your orders 7 days a week.
Your family's legacy deserves a place of remembrance.
One that pays tribute to a life well lived.
Imagine a picturesque garden where you can preserve your memories for a future generation in a serene,
eco-friendly sanctuary
surrounded by lush tropical trees,
where you and your loved ones can rest securely in infinite peace. Your legacy begins at the Orange Grove Memorial Gardens.
Call us now at 223-2178.
Home is where you can foster new memories, where you can rejuvenate. Home is where love is, a peace of mind. Home is a house with a land to expand. Home is at the serene Wacono Park or the gated sanctuary of Ella Vista Gardens. 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, indoor laundry and private parking. Starting at $1.275 million, Home is DG Homes, Sangre Grande, 691-5659, 721-9186 or 379-8990. DG Homes, modern and luxurious living for all.
Come home, it's all you need. A little bit of city in the country. Sangre Grande is the place to be. DG Homes gives you luxury. Affordable, brand new. DG Homes come shining through. Step into reality, a home of possibilities. Dreams come true, it could be you. DG Homes, modern, luxurious living for all.
There's a new drink that's transforming what you expect from a beverage. U-Juice is 100% natural and has the power of red ginseng, turmeric, ginger, and the world's strongest antioxidant, astaxanthin. Your new favorite drink has arrived. U-Juice, en route to the ultimate you.
U-Juice, U-Juice, U-Juice. I'm on my drink, but got a natural boost.
Listen up, everybody. More FM 104.7 presents the Charmaine Ford Show, hosted by international singing sensation Charmaine Ford. Mondays and Wednesdays. Tune in, call in, click on, turn it up. You've got to listen. You can't miss a thing. We're talking it all. A magazine-type format talk show that's innovative, informative, educational, and yes, fun. Yes, fun. It's not just talk. There's a whole lot of music. Listeners' participation is a must. The Charmaine Ford Show is on More FM Iconic Radio, Mondays and Wednesdays, 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. The Charmaine Ford Show is on your radio.
Make today a lucky day with KFC Lucky 7 bucket. Savings never taste so good. KFC in your neighborhood. 7 pieces are delicious. Mouth water and chicken. 5 regular size for $1.17. Now that's savings. KFC Lucky 7 bucket. 7 bucket. We're lucky with KFC.
Happy to save with a KFC Lucky 7 bucket for only $117.
We're lucky with KFC. This is the thing. KFC Munch Pack, a good vibes we bring. Munch Pack, you need a snack. I suggest KFC Munch Pack. Treat yourself with a Munch Pack. Munch nights when you're hungry. Come and get a great deal from KFC. 1 piece and fries, $19.95.
Munch nice with a KFC Munch Pack with 1 piece and fries for only $19.95.
Munch Pack. Munch nights when you're hungry. Munch from KFC.
Why is there still so much period stigma? Why have we been taught that our feelings are related with PMS? Why do people still believe that periods hold us back? I won't hide who I am. My body is strong, but it can also be vulnerable. I am everything the woman who came before me dreamed of. I don't accept period stigma. I am a new cycle.
Period or not, she can. With You by Kotex, you can choose from a variety of pads, liners, and tampons, so nothing can hold you back. Available nationwide.
On Saturday, October 22nd, the stars will align, and ladies, it's your time to shine. In red, Red October. Red October, a night of glitz and glamour at the Police Mess, Long Circular Road, St. James. Doors open at 10 p.m. Party till 5 with the Hitman Howie T, the Golden Child, Sir Charles, and King Kabuki. Limited advance tickets are $80 at Bobby's Bacurette, Crosby St. James, and the Police Mess. At the door, you pay more. Look your best and dress to impress in red. Red October. Red October. Saturday, October 22nd. The Police Mess, St. James. The Class Act promotion.
Resal's Funeral Home Company Limited. Services include cremation, burial, embalming, human remains repatriation, tents, and grave markers. At Resal's Funeral Home, you can stay in the comfort of your own home and be assured that all your funeral needs are met, from the time your loved one passes on to the day of burial or cremation, which simply means we do registration, acquire death certificates, and much more. We're on call 24 hours, 350-3626 or 218-5104.
Diwali is in the air, and with it comes festivities and fasting. Luckily, my family and I can enjoy a nice, tasty veggie burger thanks to Royal Castle. Whether it's lunch or dinner, the Royal Castle veggie burger is great on its own or in a combo with a side and a 16-ounce drink. And it's healthy too. A nutritious patty made with oats, lentils, chana, potatoes, and carrots. Inside, a soft bun with tomatoes and lettuce. So for this season of lights, try the tasty and healthy veggie burger. Shubh Diwali from Royal Castle.
Come to Sheltec for your everyday gaming needs. Get your eShop, PSN, Roblox, and Steam cards. Also get the latest PS5, PS4, Xbox, and the Switch games. We have everyday specials, 2 for $500 on games for everyone. Shop online at sheltechelectronics.com and get even more discounts. Visit us at 11 to 13 Frederick Street, Capital Plaza, Port of Spain. Come to Sheltec for your everyday gaming needs.
6 a.m. to 9 a.m. Join Andy Williams, Michael Kerr, and Lennox Smith, the Ground Report team on M1047, as they rip apart the lies, half-truth, and misinformation that the mainstream media never discuss. The Ground Report. Hard-hitting, informative, undiluted, uncompromising, and unfiltered. Monday to Friday on M104.7 FM. Get the raw facts before making any life-changing decisions. Only on The Ground Report.
The ground report.
The government of Trinidad and Tobago is not closing down Petrotrin.
The ground report. The ground report.
I would think that there's been very clear that all the employees of Petrotrin will exit the company. All.
The Ground Report with Mikey K, Andy Williams, and Lennox Smith.
Worrell Regis and Company Limited. Services offered: new tires and battery sale, motor vehicle inspection, mechanical repairs, fleet maintenance, tire alignment, wheel balancing and rotation, nitrogen installation, auto body repairs. Authorized agent for all major insurance, windshield replacement, wrecking service, parts and accessories. SMR Enterprise Shogunas. Telephone 665-3377 or email warrellregis@yahoo.com. Open Mondays to Fridays, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Worrell Regis and Company Limited.
Disclaimer. More FM Limited, its owners and associates, accepts no responsibility for statements made by the talk show hosts or their guests. More FM Limited does not endorse any of the information provided during this commercially booked segment as the truth. That you have to judge for yourself. We, however, reserve the right to question statements made. But in this time of misinformation, government-controlled media, and corruption, it is sometimes hard to get the truth. But we must try. It is not our intention to discriminate or annoy anyone. We believe it is our constitutional right to free speech, to voice our opinion, and our duty to the population and country to expose the truth. More FM Limited takes no responsibility for the opinions of others.
The Ground Report with Mikey K, Andy Williams, and Lennox Smith.
The people of Trinidad and Tobago are stupid.
We must make government work for the people rather than have the people work to keep a government in place.
You must develop a sense of self-reliance. You must develop a sense of confidence. And you must know and remember that parliamentarians are your servants and that you are the lords of the land. And so I ask you to put your hand on your heart, every one of you, and shout after me, I am the government. Louder, I am the government. I am the government.
What? This hour? Stand your ground. Push back.
The Ground Report with Mikey K, Andy Williams, and Lennox Smith.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Good morning, Trinidad and Tobago. Time check, it's 19 minutes past the hour of 6 o'clock. And you're listening to the Ground Report. Yours truly, the Pitbull of Radio, Lennox Smith, Michael Kerr, Director Cuff. And you, the people out there, in your thousands of you that look on each and every morning between the hours of 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. and then stay look on to 104.7 more FM from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. with Sense and Sensibility, Robert Amaro. Mr. Pleasant, good morning to all maxi taxi drivers, PH drivers, bus drivers, truckers. Good morning to you. To all senior citizens, good morning to you. To the physically challenged disabled people, a pleasant good morning to you. Yes, to the senior citizens, good morning. Physically challenged, disabled people, a pleasant good morning. To our sister Isle, Tobago, a pleasant good morning to you, Tobago. To all loyal listeners, callers, well-wishers, listeners, supporters, critics, haters, most importantly to all stakeholders, patriots, Trinbagonians, people that will put their God and themselves, their God, their family first before race, religion, and politics. A pleasant good morning to you. Let's see where the chips will fall when it coming to Faris Alwari and the open breaking of the law. Will it continue just be poor people must face the law, but politicians and rich people to have no law for them to face them is the law? Would this government give us a balance act? Would they? What the DPP do we have to do? With the Law Association, just like how they call out for the removal of the president. No, the CG, the Chief Justice, where they call for charges to be laid against Faris Alwari. But this whole issue with this Wilson Nelson, with all that money you get him, man, dress so. You play AG, you play DPP, you play judge, prosecutor, jury. You was the main contour, the main man. Yes, you, Faris. Anyhow, let's get what's on the front burners this morning. I hope Faris, facing the consequences of his actions, is one of the front burners. Lennox Smith, a pleasant good morning to you. But meanwhile, I wait for Lennox Smith. But meanwhile, I continue what I left off yesterday. The lines are open, the numbers to call. I wonder if Dr. Rowley understood Look at that. I wonder if Dr. Rowley understood this. What is he saying there? Economics. I wonder if he really understood.
To make sacrifice, to make the effort, because out of effort will come reward. So it's not a simple up and down situation. It is that you have a target of ensuring that no one is left behind and that there's opportunity for everyone to move up.
One of the things
I wonder
Next time you're talking with someone who doesn't think it's a problem that more and more of the nation's wealth and income are going to the top.
You have to find a way that you encourage the rich to get richer, because in getting richer, they create opportunities for the poor. Opportunity.
Mention these 7 economic fundamentals. Number 1, workers are consumers. Number 2, consumer spending accounts for 70% of all economic activity in the United States. Number 3, people at the top spend a much smaller portion of their incomes than people in the middle class and below. Number 4, so when most of the economic gains go to the top, there's not enough purchasing power to keep the economy moving. Number 5, which means that in order to have sufficient demand for goods and services, a larger share of total income has to go to the middle class and the poor. Number 6, which requires a higher minimum wage, a bigger earned income tax credit, lower taxes on the middle class and the poor, financed by higher taxes on the wealthy, and stronger unions capable of negotiating higher wages. 7, these don't hurt the wealthy. It's not a zero-sum game. In fact, the wealthy will do better with a smaller share of a rapidly growing economy than they're doing now with a large share of an economy that's barely growing at all. These are the 7 economic fundamentals.
I must stop you here. I was trying to follow you, but you're losing me, because I have no idea what you're talking about.
Understand, Dr. Rowley, when you mention getting the rich richer in order to provide for the poor, your economics bad, you know. You destroy the poor.
Well, that is so cliche. I'm not really trying to interfere with the bridge between the rich and the poor, because there's nothing wrong with the rich getting richer, but the poor must come out of poverty. Right? So
well, that's kind of bridging the gap, you know.
That is the equation. It's not a seesaw where one has to go down for the other one to come up. You have to find a way that you encourage the rich to get richer, because in getting richer, they create opportunities for the poor. Opportunity. And of course, if one wants to take advantage of opportunities that are made available, one has to prepare oneself, right, to make the sacrifice, to make the effort, because out of effort will come reward. So it's not a simple up and down situation. It is that you have a target of ensuring that no one is left behind and that there's opportunity for everyone to move up.
One of the things.
Next time you're talking with someone who doesn't think it's a problem that more and more of the nation's wealth and income are going to the top.
You have to find a way that you encourage the rich to get richer, because in getting richer, they create opportunities for the poor. Opportunity.
Mention these 7 economic fundamentals. Number 1, workers are consumers. Number 2, consumer spending accounts for 70% of all economic activity in the United States. Number 3, people at the top spend a much smaller portion of their incomes than people in the middle class and below. Number 4, so when most of the economic gains go to the top, there's not enough purchasing power to keep the economy moving. Number 5, which means that in order to have sufficient demand for goods and services, a larger share of total income has to go to the middle class and the poor. Number 6, which requires a higher minimum wage, a bigger earned income tax credit, lower taxes on the middle class and the poor, financed by higher taxes on the wealthy, and stronger unions capable of negotiating higher wages. 7, these don't hurt the wealthy. It's not a zero-sum game. In fact, the wealthy will do better with a smaller share of a rapidly growing economy than they're doing now with a large share of an economy that's barely growing at all. These are the 7 economic fundamentals.
I must stop you here. I was trying to follow you, but you're losing me, because I have no idea what you're talking about.
The withdrawal of the claim was of such obvious public importance and controversy because it was announced by the Attorney General himself, not Petrogen, which is a bit odd. The Attorney General, as you'll see from the press statement, uniquely referred himself to the Law Association for his handling of the case. Why on earth would you do that? The Petrotrin is a state-owned company and a major employer, spending and losing public money. And one point which you haven't been told of because Mr. Ramrob is, but I'll fill this in, is Petrotrin has now fired all its staff. It was one of the largest employers in Trinidad. 6,000 staff were fired, which for Trinidad is a huge loss. And all of this was a direct consequence of the financial mismanagement which resulted in this litigation concerns. It is naturally a very real concern for people in Trinidad. More specifically, people are asking themselves, why was a claim to recover £97 million of public money withdrawn? What was the justification for that? And that's made worse when the failed project caused Petrotrin to lose US $3.3 billion in losses and led to the collapse to which I just referred. That, for Trinidad, is big money.
I go in a little more deep a little later on. With researcher from about 7:15. We are going a little more deep on that. Lennox Smith, you ready for the what is trending? What's on the front burner when it coming to headline news? Or can I open the lines?
Yes, indeed, my friend. Are you hearing me loud and clear?
Yes, yes.
Well, of course, the what I consider to be the press conference, if you can call it that, of the former Attorney General and now, of course, the Minister of Local Government, Faris Al-Rari, in his efforts, of course, to say that he is not going to disclose anything that will jeopardize any prospective or current criminal matter before the courts, but of course proceeded to do exactly that. Because the things that we didn't know that he's claimed to be in the public domain, we now know. Like, take for instance, he has some four witness statements on the Ramdeen, Anand Ramlogan, and of course the Vincent Nelson debacle as a criminal court debacle. But most interesting, of course, he said that trying to, of course, to hoodwink the population once again to say that the DPP has said that criminal charges may well be, the same charges may well be relayed. And I have a difficulty personally in accepting what these people say, including the Prime Minister. Of course, we will look at what he has said as well. But of course, what attracted my attention is that whilst he is talking that Ramdeen has sent a pre-action protocol letter to the Acting Commissioner of Police asking for the return of devices, including laptops and other material that clearly would have been kept this long because it was part of the investigation. How the hell the DPP can now bring charges of the same kind to the same people is a mystery to me. But I am no lawyer, but my common sense will tell me that common sense is not as common as, of course, this particular cabinet, this particular government. We generally will accept as being common, but it's not as common as one would think in this cabinet. That being as it may, of course, the Prime Minister in a Dengo Martin exercise did say that the cabinet is not involved in any matter of a criminal nature, and in particular the Vincent Nelson, well, of course, the former Attorney General Al-Rari, and of course Ramdeen, and the former Attorney General Anand Ram Logan debacle, criminal court debacle. The case has been dismissed effectively. The DPP has withdrawn the matter, full stop. And no matter what the former Attorney General and now, of course, some say bush cutter minister, there's nothing. What I would have expected, however, frankly, is that a statement would have been made by the Prime Minister. And since, of course, I didn't pay any attention to Al-Rari, because one would have expected what he would have said is exactly that, because the Prime Minister would have, of course, approved the nonsense that he would tell the population. And one would have expected a statement by the Prime Minister calling on Al-Rari, or, of course, or firing Al-Rari from the position, having regard to that indemnity that he is now saying is the subject of and was the responsibility of advice that he got. You know what I say? Advice that he got from two distinguished local silk, according to him. They kind of hogwash the kind of course, hyperboles that he would use that has no meaning. The fact of the matter is that they have no damn case. And that is it. And the Prime Minister has the audacity to say that the cabinet doesn't participate in that, but the Prime Minister, was all over the place referencing those matters and saying how, of course, corrupt the former UNC, either upper echelons in that party or the opposition leader herself, encouraging or have accused them of being corrupt. And of course, what has happened here is that they spit in the sky and it fall in your face. Oh, indeed. Oh, what a tangle web we weave when we first set out to deceive. And so Trinidad and Tobago has lost $10 million in this pursuit given to a man to set up two well distinguished, of course, legal luminaries. None of the PNM attachment can, of course, step into their shoes. We know that. And then, of course, we have this situation where the crime and criminality continues to unabated, and we look forward to other nonsensicalities coming from the National Security Minister as far as, of course, being illusionary and not, of course, treated or incapable of treating with the problem. But of course, that is PNM for you. A man like Hines becoming Minister of National Security, boy, that is digging below the bottom of the barrel, and therefore the talent pool.
What else trending?
Seems to have reduced. Any other thing?
Yeah. What else trending?
Well, of course, the Minister of Education was in places like East Port of Spain, parasiting from an initiative by a private sector funded by Shell, and of course, making excuses that the COVID was responsible for the children doing so badly, and therefore $50 million, as if there is any kind of compensation, doing so badly in the C exam. As you know, in the 2021 exam, some 12,000 of the 19,000 couldn't make half of the marks, and 7,000 of that couldn't make 30%. So those are the areas that I would want to focus on at this point in time. But the most important thing is the nonsense that the former Attorney General has spoken and has given no enlightenment, and has, of course, deepened the publicity associated with it, when he should be talking about voluntarily leaving government all entirely because of incompetence, impotence, and the use of public resources in order to fulfill a political agenda that is costing the country of Trinidad and Tobago and more, no doubt, when lawsuits will be flying right, left, and center from these very victims. It is totally shambolic. Any questions you have,
oh boy,
I am prepared to accept.
The lines are open. Trinidad and Tobago. The numbers to call 229-0251, 229-0251, or 239-5120, 239-5120, or give us a WhatsApp call at 366-3053, 366-3053. Morning caller, what's on your front burner this morning? Where you calling from?
I think my front burner morning, everyone. And a special morning for couple playing that beat yesterday. That beat Andy asked for. That background music, Andy.
Yes.
My issue this morning, it should be every citizen, every right thinking citizen. It should be them bandits and them on. It should be them fellows who snatching people's person. It should be all who like a thief. That should be their issue. They should be in front of Faris Harari house, the office. I mean, asking for him to be in jail. Not protesting or not asking why he's not in jail as yet. Why his young stepdaughter, who was with all her cocaine, is not being, nobody knows her court date. We want to know when is that girl court date. She just disappeared. Like, I don't know what really going on in this country. No. What Faris Harari them even for the layman? When the Minister of Health is alleged his wife got 25 million. It's also alleged she take 20 and give the contractor 5 just to break down. I think it's the Lindsay or East or many hospital there. And you see big construction going up already. 25 million to break down that. A little petty contractor was taking 2 million to break down that. 25 million. Then we have Faris already paying all these fees, giving people money that is coming out the wallet. Faris already we don't go through all their head, boy.
Boy, almost it's a $500 million them paying legal fees and we win a case yet.
Some children going to school with bag of busing. And I admire them, but some of them they're learning. Some of them going to school with the saga school bag and them in learning. So I feel for the children, when I see them walking, you would see that the ability to have a better nation. I will call them and inquire about the school shirt and wear buttons, see if I can send them paragraphs, some trips or tailor to sing a button quick. These are the children already praying, infringing on their money. And because of that, I am ready for any demonstration or protest. This is me. I mean in any form that this man, he must face justice, must not justice to the poor man alone. Faris Harari, what is put your head, boy? Rowley, what is put your head? You start young, and now he's not ready for you yet, you know. You the most wicked politician, you know, ever pass you Trinidad and Tobago, you know. You are the most powerful ministerial portfolio. And what you did with it? You make sure Tashel was alright. Tashel from up there shooting Belmont. You make sure she alright. Now everybody saying she alright. I look how they're listening.
Morning caller, where you calling from? What's your contribution this morning on the Ground Report?
Morning,
Good morning.
All in a sudden, Rowley become just pilot because I understand he wash his hand from this matter last night, but before that he take responsible for all his ministers. He say he take responsibility for all what his ministers and them do, but all in a sudden this one he wash his hand like Pontius Pilate.
So true.
Good morning, caller.
Morning.
Morning.
The two worst attorney general is ever have in this country is Al-Wari and Jeremy. They are total waste. They deserve throwing in the labas. They ain't no damn good. But anyway, as always tell you, Rowley, I love you, boy. Use my Gabi, boy. I love your attitude, everything towards people. And say what? That is what we like. Great is the PNM, Rowley. Tell them again. Great is the PNM. Bye.
Morning caller, where calling from and what's your contribution this morning on the Ground Report program?
Pleasant good morning, Trinidad and Tobago. Andy, this is your boy Carnage. Lennox, pleasant good morning to you. But I might give you several. Now, Trinidad and Tobago, I would like all to understand now. Lennox, that press conference with the former Attorney General yesterday, that is what it is called garbage. That is justification. You come to try to justify to Trinidad and Tobago, you're wrong. And here you tell him you still have witless statement. So you pay more money than Nelson. You give Nelson money and you give other witless money too. So you let me know that there's 4 people you bribe. So when you feel it's 10 million Awari, it's more than that. Well, here I have to say this morning again, because all of us feel Carnage and Brother Anderson and Kingsley and these fellas on the ground is fools. You understand? Here I will ask the opposition, please. Andy, let not guide me along the way. Because the opposition stop going into parliament, because let me tell you something. This government has lost its way. If that was under Kamala Prasad, the sister, she would have done fire that person already. Right? We see and we hear and we know. Right? If the court dismiss a case or the DTP dismiss a case, it's because they have no evidence against the accused person to continue the matter. So they dismiss the matter, they throw the matter because the matter is of no relevance. Right? But you coming now and wasting court, wasting people time, wasting advertising time, wasting everybody time to come and talk as such a bull. But let it make people want to cuss. But I want the opposition, please. I would like all it to nip this in the bud. Do everything in all your powers to show Trinidad and Tobago that all they mean business with this government. I would like all it to let this government know Faris Alrawi have to go by all means necessary and later, you know. Just to blatant and people that they just sit down and take this. Come on, man, all man. Come on, man. Lock on doors.
But just to be specific, is the DPP withdraw the matter, knowing full well that the court will lose that case in the court because of certain recent development that of course castigated the DPP by the appeal court.
Go ahead, caller. Pleasant good morning to you.
Hello, good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
Good morning, Trinidad and Tobago. Arima calling. I agree with Brother Carnage. I find they shouldn't be going in the parliament. I just be looking at the abuse that has been going through in that parliament. Long time I was saying they shouldn't be going there. No, Alrari come with the rigmarole yesterday. I laughing because I know he was going and come with a stupid kind of rigmarole. He can't say nothing right now. He's supposed to resign. Rowley's supposed to fire him, but they ain't gonna do that. We all know that. And my question is what the opposition is going to do with these people. It's time Kamala tackle these people real dread. Okay? This thing ain't no jail these people have to make inside of here, you know. These people dealing with an international mafia, the Spanish mafia, and it is very, very dangerous. It's not one country in Latin America is the mafia, it's several. And these CARICOM countries following them. Okay? They're following them, looking to boycott the summit the other day. 15 of them looking to boycott the People Summit. They done mash up the People Summit. But the big young man had to tell them, all you go and talk for me, put in a good word, which all of them did. And you all see that thing in front of all your eye and all you're not understanding. It is very, very dangerous. And these men, as I just say, is not to make jail here in Trinidad and women. It is international. The FBI had to come for them. The DAA, everything, right? This thing way past jail in Trinidad. Come on, make a protest and do not go in the parliament. Let the international community see, hear, and know what it is going on in Trinidad and Tobago. And people, you too, come out and protest. This is not only the people alone, but this is for the opposition to put their foot inside of this thing, because it's getting worse. By next year, when they put back this man, Rowley, for political leader, right? he is going to bust up the UNC. He doing it already. Look what they do to David Lee. This man is going to bust all you up like bust up shot. And in time to come when he start to bust all you up, right, with more matters before the court, it have who will jump out. They wouldn't want to continue being MPs in the UNC. It have who got disappear and all. It have words I don't want to use, but I telling all you're going to disappear. Right? Have a nice day, Trinidad and Tobago.
So your advice for the UNCs, do not attend no more parliament and fight to the outside now.
All how they had to fight. We own an organization, a powerful organization, and as we talking about it, which is the OAS. It ain't nothing about we law in here. It have law inside of there. In other words, treaties they sign on to. And this is what we could put our case before these people, and they're going to fight Rowley. In time to come, they will be talking. They wasn't talking before because it had COVID and they couldn't assemble. But he going to have it real dread with them Venezuelan. What we are doing, them Venezuelan doing, and it looking bad. These people fighting to come here, you know. They fight to stay in here, you know. And you know the fight they put up, they attack him with the OAS. And he had to see to make them stay here. Okay? They just fight him all in the courthouse with that same lawyer you see there, Ramdeen. He's a human rights lawyer. He'll be fighting matter for them. And Issa Muhammad is our next one, right? And they know the laws in the OAS. It have a human rights committee, and they know all law inside of it. Forget this law here. When you break the democracy, the OAS does deal with you. You see that? You see how they exclude Nicaragua, Cuba, Venezuela from the summit of the Americas. Come on, man. We don't have time to deal with no law inside of here. Use the Organization of the Americas. And all this thing we're talking about, La Cosa Nostra, is the Spanish he trying to talk. He can't pronounce the word correctly. It ain't no word as Nostra. And he confused everybody. Right? But I wouldn't reveal it because you see I ain't getting paid for that. Or let's stay confused.
Morning, caller.
I think it is crucial for us to, of course,
make a statement
on that.
We will make a statement. We taking calls and then we will make a statement.
It's too critical to
go ahead, caller.
Leave it in limbo. It is too critical to leave in limbo. I'm telling you. All right, go ahead, caller.
Good morning, Ground Report. Tuna Puna here, fellas. Let me tell Ole, Andy, Ole does be hear me harping on this. When I hear all that, I use the word that Keith Rowley, with that statement, is a brotherhood of wrongdoers, is a mafia, and all this. All you feel that was a light statement? What's the conspiracy? And let me tell you something. This thing involves Stuart Young, Keith Rowley, and all of them involved in this, you know. Nobody could say that they may know about this and whatnot, you know. And I've shown you something. You see where Al Rawi come out and think. I didn't want you to take the press conference, but I just listened to the news. And where he's incriminating Peterson and who's the next one? Delson, I think it is, Lennox. Right?
Yes.
Right. But let me tell you something. All them fellas. Because you remember when PNM wanted to do the wrongdoings, they used to hire Martin Daly to give them advice. Because he was the one who gave them the advice to remove the central bank from under the Freedom of Information Act. That is why all this corruption and this taking place. But let me tell you something. You remember the statement Al Rawi did make when they were debating, I think it was a bill or something like that. He said nobody have no absolute right. Right? That's one. Two, he talked about oh God. He talked about the whistleblower. And then there was another one that they use, and they talk about these fellas and them is in a league by themselves. And I am saying, and I support Arima, Kamla and them, and Karanaj, have to stop going in the parliament. Because here, why? This is the only way that they could get international attention. Because go in there and sit down with these bunch of thieves, and then you have the speaker and these people who is culpable just as much. Because when you hear, they ask questions, pertinent questions, with the corruption and democracy of this country. And you see, even including the president and all of them. It's a league. It's a big league. And they have to stay away from it. Let the world see that the opposition in Trinidad and Tobago is boycotting the parliament because of all these reasons that I just outlined to you. What happens in the parliament with the speaker and all of them and the president and everybody involved in this thing. You understand? The brotherhood of wrongdoers. And I am telling all you something. The time has reached. Because nobody, and you see one of the big players who they talk about, Kewal Singh. And you know who's Kewal Singh? That's the man who Faris Arawi sold liquor to. That's the man with the transfer business. And how come up to this day, I still asking the question, the Commissioner of Transport, you look into Charles David Lee. But how come it is? And you know, even Jacob cleared Kewal Singh and Al-Rawi with that transfer business. How come it is that this man, the Commissioner of Transport, in charge, Kewal Singh and all of them, I just shown you that network. They have everybody in the tentacles. And the time has reached. International people have to come in this country. They must be exposed for the fraud, for the theft. And you listen to Wade Mark last night asking certain questions with Keith Rowley, ownership of big complex and whatnot. All you feel is fellas that them lie to come in parliament for ordinary things. Using email gate. Now they use this Anand Ramlogan. Them fellas are so desperate because they wanted to thief. They wanted to enrich themselves. And they sell out the state patrimony to their friends, their family, and their financiers. This is how them fellas operate. So this is no ordinary thing. Lie will bring you what you want, and lie will take you down. And I am telling them, clear the prison, clear some of them, them jail. So them thing, because we're expecting a whole bunch of politicians and all the cohorts, including top people in the judiciary and all of them who conspire against the last opposition and still continue to do it. We have to make sure that these fellas and them may get away.
Thank you very much. Oh boy, let me take one more call before Lennox Smith clears something very important. Go ahead, caller. Morning.
Good morning to you. Good morning to you, Andy Williams, and good morning to you, Lennox Smith.
Morning to you.
I just want to join in carnage this morning by calling on the UNC to stop going into parliament. I did have a problem in the last few days when the government of the day went to parliament to justify that evil budget. And the opposition went to do nothing because the opposition today, they are weak. They cannot fight. They cannot beat PNM alone. They need to join up with political parties to beat PNM. They are weak. How the hell the AG, no way in the country that take place. The opposition leader was to call a press conference right after Faris and dismiss everything what Faris say, because Faris come to save himself. And it's so shameful to see that Dr. Rowley saying that the actions of the AG is not part of the cabinet. So the cabinet was so the AG office was given a contract and the cabinet did not know. It's funny. It makes no sense. Let us make it make sense. And when you have a weak opposition that asking these permanent questions, that fighting, when you want to go in parliament and pose them and take out pictures and say, I'm in parliament now, they only getting embarrassed. The Speaker of the House only embarrassing the UNC MPs, and they continue going in parliament to get embarrassed because they want to look good as an MP. They all you want to be an MP. I don't want to be an MP. I want to be a Prime Minister. I want to have state board and chairmanship. I want to appoint people. So all who want to stay in the opposition and expect me to support opposition. No, I want to support government. I want to call Kamala Prime Minister, Kamala. Because Kamala opposition leader Kamala, we have to fight. And the way we are fighting, making the activists get weak, because we are helping us to fight. We are giving us the motivation to fight. As I said, as I leave, all believe that they have two individuals and there's the lifesaver. So I want to join Kenya this morning. If I go and protest against the opposition office, not for the opposition to go in, because it make no sense. We're going there to do what? What you can do in parliament? Nothing they can do. They can't pass no bill. They can't stop no bill. They can't do nothing in parliament. But you go in parliament to what? Talk. I go on. Have a nice day, gentlemen.
Morning, caller. Last call. Morning. You run off some of this day. Hold on your point, Lennox. Here. We'll get it clear. That very important point. Go ahead, caller.
Good morning.
Next caller. Morning.
Morning.
Yeah, good morning. Where are you calling from? What's your contribution this morning on the Gong Report?
Yes, well, first time caller. I want to understand why Kingsley and all them always saying UNC this and UNC that. I'm trying to understand. You can help me with that?
You have a contribution to make towards the betterment of Trinidad and Tobago. Do you have an opinion that you would like to organize and bring forward? Or do you want to study like a dog running down a bone? Everybody that says something. He say, he make he call, he say. Arima, they say, she say. Messana Cruz, they say. Anderson, they say. Everybody have the opportunity to have their say. Do you have something to say? Based on country. I say you just say, well, it's flooding situation, food prices high, thing you study in Kingsley, then you go study this one, that one. We had to stop study people and study what we had to do. Morning, caller.
Good morning.
I find the opposition don't supposed to go to parliament neither. That problem? I honestly find with this this situation that arises now, with everything in me, I honestly find Andy Williams, the pitbull, today saying it plain. I find the opposition now have to try to boycott the parliament. The parliament is not friendly to them. So somebody go call and say, well, don't say that, Andy. Morning, caller.
Good morning, sir. Good morning to Trinidad and Tobago. Good morning to the number one station, 104.7. Morning, Mighty. Morning, Lennox. Morning, Andy.
Morning.
Good morning, Mr. Koff. I would just like to say, listen, the UNC is not weak, right? They are strong. I understand you all want them to go in parliament, but they have a voice or our concern.
Yeah, but we're concerned they ain't going to do it, partner. The fact is they're not going to do it. This mafia government, this wicked government, not allowing them to do their work as opposition work.
That is correct.
And the message ain't coming out.
That is also correct. Because we do have the power in parliament to voice our opinion. Everybody against the UNC. You understand? And all I should say is,
well, they had to try something different. They had to try something different.
Yes.
What sense it make I going to make something or do something somewhere when I'm not being allowed to? It means that I'm making no sense.
And that is why I call on Mrs. Kamala Persad. We need to stop our rally on his footsteps now. We need to start with him and then the whole government. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that was the caller. What's his thoughts? That was my thoughts. The caller before that, their thoughts. I honestly believe, based on Faris Alwari's statement yesterday, that the opposition should have a press conference and a statement. The fact that Dr. Rowley pulled his cabinet away from that Faris Alwari thing calls for absolute boycott of the parliament. I believe that too. Lennox Smith, I don't know what's your belief on that.
It's exactly that I wanted to address, because we have a responsibility, of course, as a reputable, and of course our integrity as far as information dissemination is concerned, of course, to say things that of course would not only add value but also to generate solution orientation. The fact of the matter is that there is 19 seats occupied by the opposition in the lower house, and that is where it is important, and 22 by the opposition. No, sorry, by the government. It means therefore that if you allow a minority administration, frankly, a tenuous number in the parliament, to have its way by boycotting parliament, what you would be doing, having regard to the reputation of Dr. Rowley and the fact that they are prepared to be reprehensible, they are prepared, of course, to be draconian, they are prepared, of course, to undermine the rule of law and fundamental principles. We are seeing it unfolding before our very eyes, even in the parliament. It means that if you give them the leeway by boycotting the parliament, what will happen is that they will pass legislation. Take, for instance, the bail bill and or the gang legislation. They would have passed it if there are no opposition. So the opposition, in my view, has taken a strategic position. If the Attorney General is on his legs, they will walk out of the parliament. But to suggest, and I cannot see that as a practical solution, having regard to what this government is capable of. It is a criminal gang, and therefore getting the entire parliament to pass legislation, I can tell you.
All right, understand. Trinidad and Tobago,
they will be laughing all the way.
To be responsible. What it is Lennox Smith is saying in other words, and in short, to you the masses, what he's saying in other words, and in short, remember this government is using the law to suit their own selves, right? It have 19 seats, the opposition had 19 seats, the government had 22 seats.
Very powerful.
This government, at the end of the day, this Rowley government, this runaway train, this law-breaking government, without an opposition there, they will pass legislations. They will change the constitution and all. Right. They will change something to the constitution and all, and say, well, all in a day, all it should have been there. That is how dread days. And we can't afford to take that type of chance, knowing it's 2 years again to go, because they could make a whole change up. It come like you get them your pala, and when you come back,
emergency and you name it.
Yeah. So we have to boil and understand certain things. We have to boil and understand certain things.
Criminal, mafia, despotic, evil, and tyrannic bunch of individuals.
All right, Lennox Smith, your point well taken. Go ahead, caller.
Morning,
weaponized government against the people. Good morning.
Morning, gentlemen. Lennox, you're quite correct. That is what I was going to call one of my contribution was going to say was what you said. They could change the laws without the opposition. But my main point is, last night Rowley said he has nothing to do with that situation with the ex-AG. But if you get on to Anil Roberts this morning, he will tell you there's a signed statement that Alwari gives to the police, and the police asked him, did you discuss this with anybody else? And he said yes, with the Prime Minister, Stuart Young, another person, and Sleepyhead Rastaman. So if you get on to Anil, he will explain everything, and he produced the document also where it was signed by the ex-AG. So all that thing he talking about here and with the cabinet, no one thing is a lie again. And the opposition leader did send out a press release after Harare spoke yesterday. People didn't know that. But again, the press didn't give her too much coverage on that, where she debunked certain things, or most of the things he said. But he didn't say nothing really, eh? He just said, I don't know, or I can't say nothing because the case is still in court, which is a lie, and he can't talk about it, and he has witnessed it. This was such a boo. To a person with common sense will know he just come out there just to lie. Anyway, if you get on to Andy Roberts, he will explain it much more. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you very much, morning caller.
More than that, Andy, more than that.
Hold on, Lennox.
Al-Rawiy's press conference yesterday was as a result of the opposition leader. Understand that the basis on which he had that press conference was because of what the opposition leader said. So one doesn't expect logically that she wouldn't take her time and make certain that she has an appropriate response. Anybody who thinking that way clearly are not following the chronology of the developments. Al-Rawiy's press conference yesterday was forced upon him and the government, ratified by the Prime Minister, obviously, because of the nonsense that he would have said subsequently in Diego Martin. That was a result of the opposition's bringing to the public domain, your mind and my mind, what is happening, and that shenanigan that took place between that conspiracy to, of course, set up Anand Ram Logan and Ramdeen, and that is a fact. Let's go to
the fact to me is that yes, it's a result of the opposition, the Kamala Prasad Bisesa statement, but I also believe it's also a result of the #1 program, the Ground Report on 104.7 more FM, 3 hours yesterday. You must always. Why people don't like to give themselves kudos and pat themselves on the back and always running down every dog for things that they're responsible for, and you're always doing with that on the air here.
Don't vex with me now. Don't vex with me now, because when I say that,
you will run down this one, that one, this, that. When at the end of the day, the most powerful program beat this thing 3 hours yesterday morning.
Yeah, but don't vex with me because when I say that it is
let the opposition do their work, you do yours.
The pushback movement 1, 2, and 3 was responsible for what
always running down. Always, you're always a lawyer for somebody. Be a lawyer for we. Be a lawyer for we program. Be a lawyer for what we doing.
So
go ahead, caller.
So you can move that because
because you didn't add in.
I had a bit of indiscretion.
Hey,
go ahead, caller.
Hey, Lennox, that is exactly what the government right now want the opposition to do.
Of course.
Parliament. And let me tell you something, Andy. You see all that people talking about the opposition weak, they know we can damn thing. And that caller talking about you talk good, but shut out, nobody paying she. That's exactly what has happened. Everybody has talk, but there's a dog without teeth. There's always some kind of money thing. Petrochin closed down. 7,000 or 5,000 people are affected. What them do? They sit down and take it, right? The opposition bring the facts to you, and what they do? WASA is alleged they go and sell out. What WASA workers doing? They ain't doing nothing. So the opposition talking things, the people weak. When they have a pushback movement and a march on the Savannah, what they must do, Andy? All who talking weak talk, they'll be there.
Man, all who weak and who weak or all this weak thing ain't helping me, you know. I have a bill to pay mountain here, you know, Jed. I have school, I still have school books to get and all kind of thing, you know. I really not debating on who weak, who this, who that. I wanted to talk about what I intend to do. What do you want to be keep telling me about? Opposition do this one do that one do that. What are you doing? Why don't no debate on what opposition nobody else doing? I want to hear what all you're doing.
Well, let's see, that is the whole issue, Andy. The opposition.
All right, well, what are you doing? I don't know about the opposition. What are you doing?
Well, I'm not voting here.
All right, thanks very much. Me come out here, I don't get paid. I don't want to hear about who weak, who this, who that. You strong? You the people that get the government you deserve. You strong? Before they talk about the opposition, all you watch all yourself in the mirror. All you. And then all you will continue to come. And you have this and that. And you have this and that. And it's all here. Tell me about what all you intend to do. Bring the evidence of what all you're going through. Start to beat all your own trumpet, demanding what all you want. Trinidadians just continue just like I am. I like Philip Alexander. And Philip Alexander should do this. Bobby Bot should do that. The opposition should do this. Gary them should come. And everybody like everybody else besides yourself. Like not only have confidence in all your own selves. The opposition is you. All of you. The opposition is Trinidad and Tobago. And the government is Trinidad and Tobago. And whatever results each and every one of you all want out there will be based on you, not the opposition, on you. Well, then realize we have an opposition does things different. They are not an opposition like many other countries or all them different thing. They does things different. Just coming out just on rallying the people, them not gonna do that. That is not in their nature. Indian people don't have that kind of fight. They don't do them thing. Don't study the family, the friends, don't study all kind of thing. Don't migrate. Them not on that. That's why if the PNM, if the UNC, when the opposition was in power, yes, people have been out there in their thousands because African people like this warrantarian. They like war. They like protests. Understand it's two different things. When PNM in power, people come out because the people that support the PNM is majority African people and them like warmongering. Them like battle. You ain't see me? I was a PNM. I like battle. You cough me, I want to cough you back twice politically. Me not a no powder puff thing. So that's why you will see people come out when a PNM government in opposition, any other government in power. People go come out. But when the opposition in opposition, you would not get that. The majority of the masses you will see going on, so it's African people that go on against the PNM. It is what it is. Yes, it are some East Indian people fighting that will come out, that will sacrifice and will go all out. But it is not in their nature. It's not going to happen. Understand? So all you have to get the answer no. It's we the people have to do what we have to do. What are we waiting on? Go to go wings? That's not going to happen. So they continue every day. The opposition. That and a flying cow you're not going and see. That is not in the nature. Oh God, common sense was made before book. Well, you must understand the nature of various people and only know what is in Rowley's nature and the PNM's nature. Look how long now they're seeing for themselves. It is not in the nature of the opposition to go down the road of which the PNM would have gone down if them was in power. They don't have that. That is not them. Oh God. That's why we have to wait for the PNM to continue to suffer African people more. African people have to feel the pain. When the majority of the African now feeling the pain, then they go come out. Then they go come out. They will come out when the African people come out. That is a fact. feel the opposition should come and time the opposition call for people to come out and to do certain things. However, the people coming out in the thousands. It's not going to happen. Their support base is the East Indian people. They're not of that.
Isn't really that is the nature of Trinbagonians as a whole?
No,
because
but when PNM in power,
when the PNM, you had your talk. So let me get mine now. When the PNM was in office and you had the Rishmi and of course Section 34 and of course the so-called emails that was never emails, the crowd that came out then, the only difference is that they were more vociferous, but
either they send a message.
It was more than that of what we have been able to do, and whether in pushback or the trade unions or the.
You see, you talking us pushback and the various organizations. We talking the opposition. UNC they get to rally the amount of people with the Rishmi case, with this case and that case.
Andy, the only difference between our situation and then is that the opposition leader piggybacked on what the trade union movement was doing, you know. That's the only difference, you know. But we would have had members of the opposition in our camp as well, not at the highest level. I want to admit.
Look, he gone again.
That's the only difference. That's the only difference. But in
brother,
numbers,
you right. Watchman, you right. Everybody right.
More numbers.
Everybody right. The Indian and them will come out just now, right? Don't worry. Or let go see them.
I am not talking
about certain things that nobody can sell me.
I started by saying, is it a function of Trinbagonians and not that incline?
No, it's not. Here why? The people is come out when other people in power. When the Indian in power,
and I say
then it's come out.
The same thing. The numbers is the same.
It is not. It is not. The pressure is not the same. The numbers is not the same. The media coverage is not the same. The hunger is not the same. It is not Lennox Smith. It is not.
Frankly, you're talking nonsense. You're talking nonsense.
And I will agree with that. I will agree with that. It is not the same.
You look at the PNM crowd in any one of their major projects to, of course, unseat Kamala, and look at the numbers.
You going again. When it coming to serious issues and people coming out to protest, that will only go on when PNM in opposition.
They are more vociferous, and the media will cover that. And of course,
and that is what gives them the edge. Lennox Smith, they are more vociferous, and they have the media. The opposition don't.
Listen,
the opposition don't.
To me, you have to talk to me with sense. We were talking about numbers, and I'm saying the numbers.
I was never talking about numbers. I was never talking about numbers.
I started with numbers.
You bring it to numbers. I am talking who will quicker come out and protest. I never talk about numbers. It's you bringing that. I not on that.
Right.
I talking about who will quicker come out and protest, or when people come out and protest. That's what I'm talking about. People will quicker come out and protest in their numbers, and the message will be sent when UNC in power. When UNC in opposition, it gone. It is a fact.
Are you saying you're protesting without numbers now? That's what you're saying?
You're no
longer calling for numbers? Come on, man.
You looking for numbers. I looking for results.
You're shifting the goalposts.
No, partner. You talk about numbers. I'm not talking about numbers. I am talking about, again, I'm comparing when UNC in power and how people will react if a UNC government operating like how this government is operating compare to a PNM government and how the people operates. And I am telling you, if the UNC was in power, you would have get more of protests than what's going on here now with them in opposition. Me talking numbers, or everything will come out. The media, who is biased and is PNM media, them go make sure they cover the PNM. They will handle their stories. They have all advantages.
Hey,
you talking numbers?
And the advantage we talk with. No, we have to talk numbers. That's where we start.
No, partner.
The point I'm making is, listen.
ILP had plenty numbers.
For example, No.
But effective. The PNM does have effective protests when they're in opposition.
I am saying that if a UNC was in government, not only will the crowd be more vociferous, but they will not allow
always.
They will not allow the police to act in the way that the police has acted, and the media will of course be in their corner in terms of hyping up the particular event and so forth. That's the only difference. But in terms of numbers,
partner, you're right. You're right. The people are acting the same way and coming out in their thousands, dressed like if the UNC was in power and doing this. The people doing the same thing right now with UNC opposition, partner, you win. The numbers say it all. Yeah, where's the result? Where's the result? The result of the PNM is that they get the result is they get to move the UNC.
The PNM had to wait until the end of the term of the UNC, you know. Just as how one doesn't expect anything different in this particular dispensation, you know. Let's not waste time with that. The thing about it is that the people have been coming out and they have been protesting, and the present administration
with no effect compared to PNM getting effect when they're in opposition.
But PNM caused the initiation of a president.
Partner, I is not a PNM or Nateka PNM. I not only Nateka UNC.
In your question, they are here now. I am saying, has the PNM at any time caused a president to be called to book to initiate an impeachment proceedings? Has that ever happened? That is power. You underestimating that? If the president was called by the parliament, by the electoral college, because of the power of the opposition,
partner,
19 seats.
That is why everything going good in Trinidad and Tobago. That's why Al-Wari could come and make that kind of thing. Almo, the new Attorney General. Because real power. You are right, partner. Partner, I done the conversation. You're all right. You are right.
Wise thing for the opposition to abandon the parliament.
I never said again. I said that.
I said so. Right. And you agreed that it should happen, and don't
change That's before you mentioned why not, and then I admit no. Why not?
Earlier, man.
Right. Well, look, I agree. Lennox Smith, I agree with your partner. Watch me. The PNM is weak, and the opposition and everybody is real powerful right now. And I done that talk. Everybody getting the way. Everybody getting the way.
It has to be realistic.
Why we real powerful? You see the opposite. The PNM listening, the government listening. We real powerful. All are we the opposition, the everybody. We real powerful, boy. You ain't realize we showing out more power like if PNM in opposition or what? There's real power thing out here. I don't know where you they sleep. With the difference with PNM in opposition and how they operate compared to any other opposition.
I am saying that I accept that they are ruthless. I accept that they are going to bend the rules. I just said, and I agree with you on that aspect. If you raise that aspect of it.
But if they bend the rules to win, and the win,
cannot underestimate the.
But I never said that I underestimated the opposition.
Oh Lord! All right, go ahead. Let me get the next call.
It's a blighted spirit. It's a blighted spirit, people. It's a blighted spirit. It's a blighted spirit, people. The PNM spirit. Bad in Trinidad. Senate Andy.
Boy, this man always had to be a lawyer, Mikey K, for everybody, boy.
It's sending them mad. The blighted spirit. It's sending them mad. It things bad. Here in Trinidad. Andy and Lennox. They're going mad, I tell you. It's a blighted spirit. It's a blighted spirit, people. PNM blighted spirit. It's a blighted spirit. Oh,
lawyer.
Like Mikey gone mad now?
Boy, I tell you, it's a blighted spirit, gentlemen.
I hear you, my friend.
He want to sell me. Lennox, Mikey, I glad you're coming. This man want to sell me. That the same when PNM in opposition. It's the same thing what's going on right now with PNM in government when it coming to the UNC or we in opposition. That is the same leverage of fight that the PNM do in opposition. That is the same leverage of fight that
Andy,
going on right now.
Misrepresenting my position. You are misrepresenting my
Hold on, Lennox.
deliberately.
Okay,
No,
Lennox,
it's not
hold on. Let's hear you just now, Lennox. So, Andy, what do you see?
Go ahead.
What is your take then?
Everybody, when they call the radio station, Lennox Smith and all on many occasions, many other talk show programs, everything when you listen. You do hear, not even on a talk show, you could be in the marketing, by the barber shop, it could be anyway. You do hear people saying, if the PNM, if the UNC, the other people was in power, Port of Spain burned down. This won't happen. That happened. And it is a fact. Because of how much people always say that. With the UNC in opposition, those things not happening. Port of Spain not going burn down. The people not going and stand up. You're not going and get the effect in what PNM does get in opposition. And it is a fact. And he here debating me. I'm not saying that what it is the opposition is doing ain't good. It is. I'm not saying they're not playing the role. They are. But it's chalk and cheese when it's coming to PNM campaigning. And Lennox Smith talk about how dirty they do. And how they manipulate everything in their direction. They have everything. So if they have everything, who have the advantage? Not the PNM. So it is different. This madness was going on here in the country, and Al-Wari and this and that and all those different things, Mikey K. I will put my head on a chopping block. If it was the Indian them there, elections would have called already, partner.
All right.
It would have happened different.
All right. Let me just say this, Andy. That point that you made, that tongue would have burned down already. Yes, that is a very common point. You're correct about that, I have to tell you. And that's sad. That's sad that people could only agree on the fact that had it been any other government, things would not have gone this length of time.
And everybody agreed to that already. So that's what made my point.
No, you can't debate that. You can't debate that. But let me hear Lennox's side. So I think you guys are making some valid points, but we need to put things in the right perspective. Go ahead, Lennox.
I started by making it very, very pellucid that, listen, the numbers in the parliament is powerful on the side of the opposition, but it was in the context that people were asking for the abandonment, for the non-presence, for the vacating of the parliament, and I made the point very vociferously. And then, of course, the issue of numbers came out, because that has always been an issue. And when I have looked at all of the statistics, when the PNM was in opposition and now the UNC is in opposition, the numbers are not far different in terms of people coming out. So what are the variables? And I agree with Andy on that score. That is to say that the PNM crowd is much more vociferous, much more violent, much more aggressive, and their strategy is always attempting, of course, to generate some kind of discord, including, of course, the possibility of burning down the tongue. But I also said that would have been because of the complacency or the lack of, let's say, aggression by a UNC government, because they would allow the protest without fetter. That is not the case with the PNM. They would allow people to vent their feeling, because it's true democracy here. That will not be the case with the PNM, as we have seen. It is in that context, very simply, I was making the point that no way can the situation be different in terms of numbers, having regard to the fact that we were able the opposition was able to begin the process of impeaching a president. That is how powerful the opposition is. Some people want to see physical, whilst of course there are other strategies that can be adopted, that are being adopted, and anybody with a rational thinking disposition will observe. And at any rate, no threat of burning down tongue, etc., has produced an outcome. What is being bandied about now, and that is to say, you call an election prematurely. The NAI didn't do it in its worst time. It had a whole coup. The PNM before that in 1970 didn't do it, and indeed the pressure that Rowley had put on the UNC between 2010 and 2015 didn't either cause a pre decision to bring elections before time. So let's not waste time with that. The history doesn't show that, and is in that context I'm speaking. So we could be as loud, we could be as calm, we could be whatever. The fact is that we are doing what we have to do in this circumstance in order to put pressure on the government because they are simply wrong.
Let me just say, gentlemen, and I want to agree with both of you this morning, but there's an underlining here, an underlining essence of characteristics. I don't even need to view or assess the content of the conversation. What I'm seeing here is Mr. Williams, Andy Pitbull Williams, is very passionate, very passionate. Every morning he comes out with that fire, with that heat. Because let me tell you something, it is personal for him. Andy is concerned that this country will have absolutely nothing to give any future generation after these political locusts have eaten up the very fabric of our society. Everything. He's concerned about that. He's concerned about the fact that there are people who are saying in one breath, listen, we're going to make sure and stand our ground, and we're not going to be wavered, we're not going to move. And he's seeing people playing games. And so characteristically, this is who he is. He will tell you, he will be honest with you and say, listen, I think this thing taking too long. I think that there needs to be a serious move, a serious push. But on the other hand, Lennox Smith, and I always tell people, Lennox Smith is one of the few people that can see good in whatever it is that is taking place. While many of us, when our first glimpse of it will be, this is just evil and total bad. And he's very optimistic about that. The glass is not empty, it's simply half full. And you have to respect him for that. That's part of his characteristic. And while Andy is saying, push, it has to, and it should have happened. It should have happened a long time ago. Lennox Smith is just simply saying, patience, my friend, patience, my friend. What is happening here, the unraveling, if you look at it and start to connect the dots, it is happening. It may not be happening as fast as you want it to. It may not be happening because the reality of it is that there are certain elements that are hindering it, as well as what he is saying is that under the UNC administration, there has never been a threat of your civil liberties and your democracy. You had the right to go out there. Whether Pandey or Kamla Prasad Bissessa didn't like it, they did not stop you, or you would never refrain from expressing those democracies and those liberties that you have. Things are different here. This is not a creeping dictatorship. This is a dictatorship that exists. So you have to understand, when we come and we agree that every element, every independent factor or institution that we deem to be independent has been compromised. So this is a different ball game. And while one man wants it to happen, and I agree with him because he's passionate, it runs through his veins every day that he has to deal with this. Andy loves this country, and he will do whatever it takes to stand up for it. Lennox, on the other hand, is saying, I understand you, my friend, but trust me, if you look at it, just take a step back, you would see the unraveling, and we could see that they are falling apart. So there's just an underlining of characteristics. The content cannot be judged nor debated because these are very strong points, and I agree with both of you gentlemen fully.
Nice.
Mikey, I want to tell you, go to the top of the glass. I think a wonderful assessment and analysis of the different sides, but certainly is extremely factual in terms of the conclusion that you would have drawn, in the interest, of course, of all.
So on one side,
gentlemen,
Lennox Smith is waiting, right? He's doing the right thing. He's waiting. He knows it's 2 years because history show him. Then going to call no election or if it go. And on the next side, I like them and seeing what going on for real, by waiting on 2 more years to govern with what? To have what? For Rowley them to finish twist up everything and start to lock up opposition, lock up people, come more tyrant. Wait for what? What give Lennox Smith the guarantee that it has something that I had to wait that waiting for me when it reach, or when the 2 years reach? What guarantee Lennox Smith could give 1.4 million people by now and 2025 that everything will be all right and the UNC will have something to bring back this country to some level of looking like it's a country? That is the guarantee this man trying to give me.
Well said.
Yeah, no. But that's
Andy.
Hold on a second. But
Andy.
Andy, that's your concern and your passion, and I love you for that, and I understand that. But one of the things that Lennox said is that it's a different ball game. So we have to look at some of the things that are hindering us. Yesterday, I made it clear that Ground Report, Victor Roberts, Anil Roberts, everybody who's out there, all these opposing factors, you have to support them. You have to share whatever information, whether it comes from Dr. Munilal or Jillian John or David Naked or whoever, it comes from Ravi Rathiram, whoever. But we have to understand that we have to support each other because our message is not coming out. What I saw yesterday, and I don't know if people realize that, but it seemed to me this whole thing about journalism, integrity, and all of that has gone down the drain because Akash Samaru was posing questions to the former AG, which apparently was, it seemed orchestrated to the point that whatever Akash Samaru was asking was opening up the door for the former AG to lay some abuse on the UNC, to target the UNC, to make the UNC the issue. Those questions that Akash Samaru was asking, one has to go back and check. I think it was 2 or 3 questions that he asked. And those questions, of course, was put across in a manner that allowed Alwari to use it to try to get some political mileage to justify this total nonsense that took place with Nelson. He asked him about, what do you say up to people who talk about wastage of taxpayers' money? And of course, Alwari used it to go right back to the UNC. You know, there are those who would say it's wasting money. He asked him some other question, and again, Kamla was the issue and the UNC. But one would have thought that the same Akash Samaru would try to get the information. So understand, we supporting our media house when you buy the newspaper, and when it is you go and put your ads there and all of that. Those of us who are fighting the fight, we don't get that privilege. But they get the privilege to twist and skew all of these stories only in favor of the government. Because at no time did they ask, did Prime Minister Dr. Keith Rowley know about the indemnity agreement? And if so, did he approve it? Akash didn't ask that. He didn't ask Alwari if he discussed the indemnity agreement with any of his cabinet colleagues. Or did you act alone, former AG? Did you act alone? Here it is, you have Alwari telling you that he don't want to get into the realm of the whole legal essence of the case. But yet still, he was still going down there and only conveniently to say, I don't want to answer that because... So come on. So what Lennox is talking about and Andy is talking about is the truth. We are up. Listen, this is not an easy battle. This is not an easy fight. Mainstream media is against us because Akash Samaru didn't ask Alwari how it is that in a letter dated December 7, 2020, that the DPP was concerned. What was written in there? Your correspondence about the perception of undue influence as a result of the payments. Akash didn't ask him that. He also didn't ask him in that same letter on December 7, 2020, why it is that you was requesting approval to the DPP to have Nelson's attorneys paid. And yet still, why did you pay them? Even in that letter, in spite of the DPP's warning, why did you still pay them? He didn't ask them that. He didn't. So understand, mainstream media is not our friend. Let's get that through our thick skull. They are not our friend. It's not easy when the ground report go and we have to be charged for asking about what's in the account. It's hard to see when people like Victor Roberts dedicating his life to this, where everybody is playing a role, but yet still you continue to patronize and support the people who simply do not have the best interests where Trinidad and Tobago is concerned. Aka Samaru has questions to answer. He has questions to answer. And this thing about all them university professors that's sitting up in UE talking about journalism integrity and journalism must be neutral and there must be some neutrality and one must not lean towards that total rubbish. Apparently, Aka Samaru did not get the memo, or Aka Samaru did not go through his journalistic studies when it came to the integrity of the media. Rubbish.
And that is exactly what Andy was saying, which I agree in terms of those nuances and those variables. And the other point he made is he mentioned frequently of 2025, and that is inevitable. The government cannot go beyond the anniversary of the elections of 2020, August 10th. It cannot. And therefore, that is where we can definitely know that we can make a choice at that point in time. But in between, there are incremental indicators to suggest a particular direction, to whether it's Tobago, whether it's Sangre Grande, whether, of course, the plethora of by-elections. All of that speaks to a particular direction, which, of course, we hope as a media entity as well, even though Dr. Rowley is now advocating that nobody listen to social media, and for obvious reasons, we know we are targeted. But the point is, people are listening, and 2025 must come, will come, even though we want to, of course, make certain that they call elections before, because it's elections we are talking about. Anytime after 2025, August.
And my issue is again, just like, and I will say it again, Mikey K.
All my partner Andy saying is, hey, you see that?
You see that?
Just make sure you understand the reality. That is what he's trying to say.
And that is my issue.
That's all I'm saying as well.
And my issue is again, I know whether history show you whether Robinson with coup then call early election, this, that, whatever. I am sure if the people of Trinidad and Tobago unite and come together for the right thing, that an election could call before, because at the end of the day, what would it have by 2022? What? Kamala coming to run a skeleton country, and would it even have that, knowing that we know all independent institutions are interfered with? What is the PNM next radical, disrespectful move, tyrant move? What? The reality is there. We have a government, Trinidad and Tobago don't have a democracy anymore. But you waiting on a democracy 2025 is I waiting for the democracy.
Again,
the rule is the law.
What I'm saying that 2025 is inevitable. It must come. But I'm saying in between we will prefer.
I am saying the people of Trinidad and Tobago not hungry enough to move, and I will say it straight. Who vex? The people of Trinidad and Tobago not hungry to move this government. Right? They're not. The opposition not. Philip Alexander not. Nobody hungry and really want to move this government. If people really want to move this government, nothing and nobody can tell me that it can happen. The people of Pakistan, it's Pakistan.
We saw it in Sri Lanka. We saw it in Sri Lanka, yeah.
Then wait, they really wanted to move their government, and they did it.
Yeah.
So are the people of Trinidad and Tobago, all the religious leaders, everybody, civil society, everybody, opposition, all oppositions, are they really have that thirst, that blood, willing to make that sacrifice, to go all out to move this government legally before the time by the rise of the people? It is just right here. It is
And
so easy.
The answer is no. The answer is no.
Well, all right. Well, all
The
right.
answer is no. Yeah.
Well, 2025 here we come.
Well,
Well, all right. Well, all right.
Well, then, Ox, if that is the case, then what Andy is saying is we don't have the luxury of 2025.
You don't have the luxury, but you have to accept it because.
Why you accept it, boy? The people of Sri Lanka didn't accept it.
Will break loose, yes.
The people of Sri Lanka didn't accept it. The people in Iran with the hijab thing, them in accepting certain things. Why?
Yes, Andy,
why do we? Why are we?
But they had the benefit of the religious groups involved, the NGOs involved, the CBOs involved.
You see how he implementing himself, Mikey?
That's what he's talking
He have
about.
all of that.
Have that situation in Trinidad.
We do all that. We do all that. Huh?
Should we open up the lines?
Yeah, let me open the lines.
Because I know
indeed,
good folks on here. We do apologize for that, folks, but I hope that it
happens at times.
Yeah, this is good. This is healthy debate.
This is good.
And Lennox Smith admitted, away in Sri Lanka
sides.
and many places, there are religious leaders, that. And what I trying to tell all you, hey, Mayday, we have none. We don't have no religious leaders standing up for we. We don't have no media standing up for we. We don't have nothing. Understand what we in? Who? What?
Right, so you're confirming what is the standard? So that's 2025.
This man still saying 2025, boy. What
Who's on the
boy?
outside? Who's on the outside? Good morning.
Good morning. Pleasant morning.
Morning, Andy. Morning, Lennox.
I know you got a brain full, full and so on. Yes.
Yeah, Freeport, yeah. Well, I real mad this morning. The first thing I'm mad about, if it was Kamala government, every man did get fired. Every man. And the next thing, Andy, what all you, I believe all you ain't seeing what I seen. There is a Trinidad and Tobago police service. There is a PNM police service, but it does not have a UNC police service. So this is one of the big problems. When PNM march in and burning down the place, how much people has get locked up? We went quietly in the savannah twice. And what happened? People get locked up for what? Doing nothing. So this would go on all the time. And I want to ask Big Mouth, Big Dog, Roger Alexander, to go and get a big chain and parliament and tell PNM they cannot go in the parliament. Because if you could have tell the peaceful protesters, all you only have 2 hours to protest. And if all you want to use loudspeaker, go in the savannah and go this, I think he have a big mouth to talk to his people and let them know they're doing wrong thing. Why it cannot happen. And the next thing I want to tell all you, when I talk about Indian people, everybody does vexed. Yesterday I see a post on Facebook that Jayanti Lakshmi Diyal explaining what happened with Anand Ramlogan. And she used a script from the Bhagavad Gita that how Raman had a problem with Ravan and he win over his matter. And this next Indian woman and on the PNS side, she says she does narrate the Ramayana for Ramila and telling Lakshmi Diyal, your Ram, get $10 million for his law organization. So $10 million is way much more than the $100+ million that Faris Alwari gave.
And all of that will change Trinidad and Tobago. All of that will bring better roads. All the debates and all of the thing, it will bring a greater healthcare system. Yeah. Trinidad will be all right. Everybody could understand and realize it's an unconventional government, a different one right now. Everything is against us. And people still have the audacity to tell me wait and dead slow and wait for 2025 when I know the people have the power to change our government. And then wait for what? What do you UNC, what it will have to govern with when them done sell out everything and destroy everything? Then wait for what? A tyrant government that infiltrate all the independent institutions to ballot pack the special votes, voters on election day, where we go see it yellow. The whole place will be yellow. And then in an hour we go see it turn red. And then do what? Come out to protest the PNM police to beat you? And then do what? They'll call the PNM army to come to advantage all you? What? When? How? There's reality. It is the reality of the situation. This is, we are not in a situation for nobody to jog back and wait until 2025. Wait for 2025 while they don't implement property tax. Continue the charges, these petty charges that real people have to organize and go and face the court and pay money for. Wait for more home invasions or who to get shot while they're driving the vehicle or when they come out of the house. Eh? All for real? What light of hope that anyone only out there seeing by that could justify a layback move when we don't have a layback government? With who can justify that for me by? The lies always say by common sense was made before book by. All you mad over. Everybody out there just mad over. This is leadership. This is fight. This is belly. Is the government really doing something wrong? If they not, because I ask now. Because if they're really doing something wrong, well then all in sundry will understand that and will come out there in the thousands of thousands, all, including the opposition, all. At the end of the day, how people will watch at it? Them parliamentarians in the opposition, them are the salary they gain, no partners. While you, Lennox, looking for money to pay bills, Mikey K too, I too, and many of the people that listening in the maxis and the taxis, however, them hungry looking for it, At the end of the day, them politicians and them ain't got their salary, At the end of the day, if them all right and waiting for 2 more years, them could be, them salaries 30,000-40,000 a month. Government and opposition people gain the money, Them bills paying, them family all right, Whoever in the Senate, whoever is MP, them have a 20,000, 25,000 when the month come show, You have it? So what are they telling me about? So it's a difference. My fight is survival. My fight is become hungry. My fight is become a world. My livelihood tumbling. And people fight instead of operating like that is the issues with them too. That it has leeway. It has leeway while somebody killing you slowly. Only for real in this country, boy. That people can make excuses of every reason and compare it has no comparison with what's going on. It has none. That is why the big question again I just ask people, boy, are they really hungry, boy? Are they really hurting, boy? What going on with all you really going on in real? Or is this thing a whole myth? Because it seems so, And what making it a more myth to me is that people are willing to wait till 2025, not understanding them as the government. And all leaders and everybody, that is the order in which everybody want to push. Whoever pushing that, them belly full, Whoever pushing that, them churning them all right, Who thinking like me? And hungry for it like me? And the ground report wouldn't be thinking like that, This government and dealing with we lay back and no partners. The raise the gas, boy. You laugh, boy. Food prices going up. Every day we go in the grocery buy. Electricity bills going up. What if for real? But everybody can admit, if it was a UNC government day, tongue bun down. So everybody don't have to wait. If other government in power, but when PNM in power, they could be taken off your head 2 days before 2025 to come. Go and take over here and you still hoping to wait. Hey, just like reach please, so then go take off my head. By them people taking off my head all now. The ripping we apart. The destroying each and every one of us. The middle class going through.
That's the reality, my brother. That is the reality. Again, engineered and led and driven by a lot of passion. And that's what I love about you. This is real. This is the conversation. No conversation should be one-dimensional. Otherwise, you'll have nothing to learn from it after, you debate and say what has to be done. But there has to be more than just talking. There has to be more than just having some sort of expectations. Bear in mind that nobody's asking for the transition of power to take place by the bullet. We are talking about the ballot, the democratic process. That's what we are talking about. But it must be across the board, and it is that fairness that we need to discuss. It is that fairness. And I think, Andy, that's basically what we need to focus on. The fact here that this is not a level playing field. It is not. Many people would expect so many things from the opposition, but understand, the opposition is functioning within the realm of the legislation they have to. They don't have much options out. And of course, many of us know that when they stand up to defend and raise the issues, you see what happens, what takes place in Parliament. These people who are always there rejecting whatever has to come forward in the interest of the people brought forward by the opposition, they are simply shut down. While on the other side, they can get up and make all kinds of nonsensical statements during a budget debate. And up to now, only thing that we can see that it was overshadowed by bicycle and coal pot and all this set of diatribe that was spewed out. How does that benefit us? It doesn't. And I understand Andy is saying, listen, we may not have that luxury of 2025. But they always say that God he might wear pajamas, but he doesn't sleep. And yesterday what we saw was a man holding on to absolutely nothing, not even fumes. He was just grasping at so much things that the entire press conference was based wholly and solely on Kamla Persad-Bissessar. You were once the top legal consultant to the government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. This is, when you look at it, this whole Nelson issue is a very serious issue.
Very.
Did Rowley know about the indemnity agreement? And if he did he approve it? And who did Faris discuss this indemnity agreement with? Was it any of his cabinet colleagues? Or did he act alone? You can't come and hold a press conference and say, I've told Kamla Persad-Bissessar many times, I don't want your crush. And I don't want you. Hey, we don't want you, boy. We don't want you to hold a press conference and try to see if you can razzle-dazzle people. Because you can't dazzle us with intelligence, you come with your BS. And you have Akash Samaru coming part and parcel of this whole production. And they've been putting on quite a production since the COVID. You remember those press conferences? You heard about all kind of media houses that never existed. You don't know if they're affiliated with, if it's local or for Out of the Space News and Pluto News and all of that. Akash Samaru came there. And did he display the highest level of journalistic integrity? Every question that he posed to Faris was an opportunity for Faris to try to dig into the UNC and especially Kamla Persad-Bissessar. Go back and listen to it. And yet still, we buy the newspaper. We put ads there. People advertise. And that is the disadvantage we are at this point in time. We have to support. Once we support, we will unite. Andy, I understand where you're coming from, brother. The conversation is taking place. You can't ignore it.
What I will watch at is, but Lennox and all have his good points too, and I watch at it. How I watch at it as, who really and truly feeling it will understand. You see who know they have food to last them till 2025. They show off their job. Maybe plenty people still at other businesses that are shut down, government institutions that they are to shut down and send home people with and whatever. So all these people that just stand up doing nothing, they are sure that they will lose the work by then. They're sure that their bills could pay, and they like that because they still could live. They see the people who realize what's going on and understand, well, hey, things could cut off. It's just a matter of time when it's coming to comfort for your own selves and children. Well, them is the people that will understand that we need our elections now. The rest, who don't understand that, they're comfortable.
It's there.
That's my reality.
It's in black and white. It's in black and white, and we are at a disadvantage, but that doesn't mean we're going to lose spirit. That doesn't mean that we're going to be motivated, because this is about country. If we do nothing, if we just lie down and play dead, and we just roll up in the corner like our old roti, then really and truly, what chance do we have of survival? You went after a man because you talk about he give a next man to drive the car, although the car is his car and all of that. You made that a big deal. You went to people's house early in the morning, embarrassed them in front of the family, the children. Daddy, what going on again? And you didn't care about Ram Logan and Ram Dean. You didn't care about any of that. And here it is that the commission, Jacobs didn't hesitate when they brought the Lee thing forward. He didn't. All right, let's go for Lee. But who's going for Faris? Who's going for Faris? Did Rowley approve any of this? Or did Faris act on his own? We need to find out. If Faris acted on his own, hey, do what we know for a fact that you wouldn't do, but surprise us now. You know what to do. Head out now. Take your brush cutter, take your little catwalk and your little modeling agency and whatever, and just walk out in a Dagwood. You go your way in a GQ. But you wouldn't do that. And if your colleagues know about it, and if your colleagues are accessory to what has taken place here, then you know quite well that the entire government has to go. And Aka Samaru didn't see that. He couldn't connect the dots. It was too much journalistic integrity. He couldn't connect the dots. I set a nonsensical question. Then tell me when you're there. Andy, I understand.
And if it is, all you know, anyone know Aka Samaru, call him, you know. Every family member listening, the brother, his sister, whoever listening, tell him he's a disgrace to the journalistic community in asking such stupid questions. All them big time journalists is imps by, they just dance. And the next thing, the next thing, Mikey, as we talking that, why it is again, I like this, right? Why like 2025, all they really waiting for it to sell Wassa? All they really waiting to sell out all Clico assets that we own? We own Republic Bank, we own Angostura, we own real lucrative lands, we have all kind of, all they waiting? All they seeing the intent that is, all they waiting for it to really organize now and sell the refinery? All they waiting for it to sell everything else that we own that is lucrative? Fast sale it? Or all they want to be able to save some of these things where we can try to save our middle class, where we children and then when they come out from school have somewhere to go. Because at this point in time, we educating our children, we spending real money, we making real sacrifices, our children making real sacrifices too. All the university students making sacrifices with the exception of those who playing politics and playing race. But to go where? To do what? All you seen that in 2025? You all see nurses that are training will get work before 2025? Eh? All you seen that they will stop taking Cuban nurse, this nurse, that nurse, and we have a whole set at Trinidad and Tobago nurses that they have on 1 month and 6 months and 1 year contracts that the people on them can't get loan, that they leave in here and go in other places to work. I can't understand. If it has something good to wait for, something positive, well then. But every day we seeing negative. How the hell we could be satisfied just to jog back and wait and continue to be slaughtered, disrespected, lied to, and destroyed? Yeah. With all of that, they are destroying us. How much all they could do the same things that you all used to do before? The comfort to tell all you cooking a cold pot, breadfruit, ride a bike to work. All then reading between the lines. But again, Mikey, as I will say, you see the people who have money and they show them and the family can make it. Them is the ones who go talk. Give them time, give time. You see the people who feeling it and understand that most likely next year, January, is a different ball game when it comes to your household and your life. Them is the people that will want something to happen now, but like you don't have much. Morning, caller.
Morning.
Yes, caller. Morning.
Calling from South.
Good morning.
Yes, I heard Mr. Arari said that the cabinet approved it. The cabinet is the prime minister and the cabinet is two. They don't need nobody else, and that is what he said. You understand? So why you think Rowley move him in the earlies? Because Rowley knew that was coming down the pipeline. Move him. So now he is in the center. Rowley is in the center. You understand? And he have to call elections. We want fresh elections. They will get jail. They have to somebody making a jail. You know. I know it is, but I know it has some steel bars there waiting for them. They have to get locked up. Thank you.
Mikey, and I like how we talk, so look, I justifying me again, you know. Mikey K, if you is Rowley and Alwari and Stuart Young and Coleman Burt and them partner, and you and it have evidence, criminal evidence, misbehavior in public office evidence, it have all kind of paperwork leading to get you in trouble, where you in your 70 years old going and get locked up with all that money you have, and you have a treasury to your disposal. Mikey K, would you give up this country easy and make a jail?
I would not give up anything that people are encouraging me to do. If you're condoning my actions, I have no reason to give up if you're condoning. But Andy, you know, you just tell Lennox he does answer after every call. Now this morning, oh God.
All right.
Let the people get on the inside now, Andy.
But Lennox, Mikey can't talk already. What do you want to say again?
I understand. Something, gentlemen.
Where you want to say?
Holding on for the call till 2020.
But the man said take some calls, Lennox Smith. Let me take the calls now, Lennox.
Andy, just let me say, go to the top of the class. What happened? Like you want a commendation of it? Go to the top of the class. But just now, you come now and then saying that of course they will hold on until 2025. I just have a
no, I never said to hold on until 2025, partner. I am telling you, them going to hold on for their life. 2025 is not sure. If I is a prime minister, I looking at jail. I telling you, who is the commissioner of police? I gave me $20 million of we money, the people money. That's out of my pocket. I gave me $20 million. Who is the police? And I'm going to pick up the ballot box and them. All of them going to get $5 million each. That is more than their salary. They're going to get $5 million each to stop somewhere, take my special ballots, put it on board, carry it to check. Watch me. I going all out with the people money to make sure I lose these elections. EBC, how much of them they are going to need, boy, because I will eye about 5 marginal seats. I'll eye them. Watch me. I had the money. I had the power. I had the influence. The EBC is run by a PNM family member. I pay them to make sure that they bring a result of I win, because I am not going to make no jail at 70 years. I Rowley, not going to make no jail. I Alwari, not going to make no jail. I Siojong, not going to make no jail. So why I am here, I will make sure and bend all the rules, do all what I have to do to make sure I don't lose this next election coming. I'm not even going to bring observers.
Yeah, right. Let's see.
Who's on the outside? Well said. Who's on the outside?
Let that come. Good morning.
Morning.
Gentlemen, Andy, God is more powerful than the PNM. They could jump, they could do what they want. Andy, no election, ain't calling on 26, whatever time it is, the next 2 or 3 years, it will call before. God is powerful, and they had a faith. God is powerful. If people don't want to come out, but God, that man they call God, Andy, all you will see. Have a nice day.
Who's on the outside?
Good morning, Teddy.
Good morning.
Yeah, this protest man. Andy Williams, I have something I want to put up on social media. Because I get fed up at Trinidad now. And it's time I publish this back on the social media now. It's 21 acres of land. I want to give it away to Haiti. I get fed up. I feel I had enough at Trinidad. I want to put it up on social media. So I want to meet you personally. Andy? Andy?
Yes, caller. Go ahead, caller.
Yeah,
he's listening.
I want
Yes, he's hearing you. He's hearing you.
Because I want to bring down everything in this country. And I get fed up at Tongan country and bribery. I have to bribe. And all this kind of thing. And the land end up just be big one. You understand? So I get fed up now. It's time I pursue the matter and continue my journey to Haiti. And it's 21 acres of land. So I don't care again. They could do what they want again now in Parliament at Trinidad and Tobago. It have no significant meaning against it. The protest, man, I get fed up at Trinidad. And the people at Trinidad. Because the people in Trinidad is standing up the right thing, the correct thing, the proper thing. We want the reform, nothing they doing. We calling for procurement, nothing they doing. Referendum, nothing they doing. I get fed up. How much I alone go fight by? How much protest man go stand up and fight with the placard by? This time I give up, I give up. Yesterday I gave away the Tongan country. So I will be destination and we continue my journey.
All right, protest man. Don't give up. Don't give up, protest man. Don't give up.
I want to publish it. This will bring down everything in this country. It will, I tell you, when my Haitians coming, you see how they just behave is the most pleasant, loving people. But just that things not right with it. What they have in the Haiti to have, to reap. Poverty. And Trinidad has so much oil. And I have this private property. Private, but squatters have more rights than me. What sense it making? I sit down on a parcel of land. And it is value not. I live in poverty, why? That making sense? For more than
protest man, see if you could get in touch with Lennox sometime during the day, and I know he kind of assists with those sorts of matters. So get in touch with him there. I know a lot of folks want to get on the inside. I want to thank you so much.
Yeah, because this time I do something here with this man.
All right. The lines are open.
Hey.
Morning.
Let me say good morning to you, Mike. And good morning.
Good morning. Could you lower down the volume on your background there, your radio? And
yes, are you hearing better now?
That big power system in your highlights.
Are you hearing better now, Mikey?
Loud and clear, my brother. Go ahead.
And again, I'm a good morning to you again. And
yes,
I want to tell Andy what Andy was saying this morning. I understand him in this way. I understand the Knoxmith, what Knoxmith is saying, but what Andy is saying is powerful. And Andy is right for saying this morning what he's saying there. Because don't say that we have it in the bag and they're gonna call election now and they go win it and we go win this one here. Rowdy Paris. We see what going in 2020 and the PNM still win. The PNM still win. So when we want to talk and don't understand and analyze this thing carefully, we will remain in opposition like what we is today. Because under Dr. Rowley as opposition leader, he bring down Arnold Ramlogan. As Dr. Rowley as opposition leader, he bring down Jack Warner. As Dr. Rowley under opposition, he bring down the People Partnership. When Dr. Rowley as opposition leader call out his supporters Monday morning and tell them line up in the city of Port-au-Prince, they come out. Don't believe PNM weak. Don't ever believe PNM weak. And don't ever believe that we have it in the bag. Andy was right. Andy does say something, and we don't understand what Andy that is saying. Andy say, I come from PNM. I understand them. If the UNC use Andy wisely, they could make an impact in the Martin. They could make an impact in East-West corridor. Because he comes from the belly of the beast and he understands how the PNM does. Same of me. I understand because I come from there. I born there, but I didn't die there. I am not dying there. No way. But the main fact about it, the Dr. Rowley is more stronger than Kamala Prasad as an opposition leader. Kamala is the best prime minister. She is the mother of this nation. Nobody cannot take that away from her. No one. She is the mother of the nation. But when it comes to fight, and fight nasty and stink, Kamala does not have it in her. She's a lady, and we love her dearly. But we need monsters now. We need monsters like Rowley. We need dogs like Rowley. Because Paris ain't going nowhere. The AG who Kamala called weeks to go, he's along there still. I want to tell us from here before I go. The UNC sitting down in Parliament or other Parliament bills will stay passed. Because we see in this country, they need the majority. PNM come and tamper with it. And we're going. So by saying that the UNC has to stay in Parliament to do what? If the PNM wants any bill passed, they come in Parliament and they do what I do, less majority, and the bill pass. So we have to use our common sense and stop saying we have it in the bag and they got lost in 2025. No! What Andy is saying, we cannot wait for next year to come. We cannot wait. We are run by evil government, a wicked government who don't like their own people. He tells us everything that his minister do. He takes fully responsible for it. Where is the opposition now? Where is the opposition now? He tells us that. He tells us in our face. He said every minister do thing in my cabinet. I know about it. That's what he tells us. And we sit down and taking that and say we love Kamala. Oh, we love Kamala and come over a minister in 7 years. In 7 years we can move one minister. In 7 years we can get to remove one. And we strong. Who's strong? Eh? Oh, we strong. In 7 years we sit down, ask about for stuff to go, for this one to go, for that one to call. On that Kamala Prasad business, Dr. Rowley called for people to remove, and they was removed. So how you are telling me today that the UNC is strong, and that because for the last 7 years we've been told in the bush, we've been digging up the grave, and we can't move them one. Forest will remain there for the next 3 to 4 years to come. The age now is not going nowhere. So wait, telling me I mustn't call you this morning and support Andy. I wasn't call you this morning. Hey, I wasn't call this morning and support Andy. They were like, this thing is a serious thing. And as I close, the PNM today, do not say them weak. They're not weak. Don't see the mistake and the mistake that they are making. The PNM know the race game, how to mobilize. And Andy says something, I think it's this week here, calling on the UNC people, stop attacking the same people we want them to vote for me. Because if we have to Davide or Mira, it's PNM people that vote for me again. If we have to win Tanapuna, it's PNM people that vote for me again to win. If we have to win Lokatata Prado, it's PNM people that vote. So what Andy was saying, attack Rowley, attack Inbush, attack and Camille, attack Penny, but do not attack the PNM supporters. Do not, we need them. We have to encourage them. Hey, they have to vote for the UNC party because under the partnership, somebody Omera benefit, Nafuna benefit, Locatab benefit. We have to show them and explain them that we can't call them names and attack them. So I want to thank you very much, gentlemen. Once again, thank you.
Thank you, Kingsley. As I said, we're hearing all sides. That's what it's all about. Listen, if we don't have someone, we like to pay some bills. We have someone?
Yeah, we have a caller on the line.
Yes, and Mighty K. Yeah, good morning again, Mighty K. Kingsley, you have a good, you just talk the truth, but Rowley never bring down Jack Warner. Rowley never bring down. Mighty K just answer that simply. Rowley never bring down nobody. This is what I call to say. Thank you, Kingsley. You are welcome.
All right. Okay, if we have from our business partners, and we'll be right back. More.
Are we still taking calls or?
We when we come back more.
Are we going for a break?
Yes, we're going for a break. When we come back, we'll come back.
7. Say it loud.
1990, Chubb Rock jumps up on the scene with the lean and a pocket full of green.
Say it loud. Home of the hits. At 104.7. Radio 104.7. 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. Join Andy Williams, Michael Kerr, and Lennox Smith, the Ground Report team on M104.7 as they rip apart the lies, half-truth, and misinformation that the mainstream media never discuss. The Ground Report. Hard-hitting, informative, undiluted, uncompromising, and unfiltered. Monday to Friday on M104.7 FM. Get the raw facts before making any life-changing decisions. Only on The Ground Report.
Shiny and Ari Restaurant, number 67, Western Main Road, Gym, opposite Standard. For breakfast daily, Monday to Sunday, from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. On the menu, sada roti, Friday, roast beef, pie, coffee, tea, Milo, vegetable pizza, pancakes with assorted vegetables. Lunch specials daily from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. Chicken pilau, $25. Assorted lunch from $25 to $40. Soup specials and crab and dumpling. Delivery of food available. Dinner a la carte on the pavement from 6 p.m. until burgers, chicken sandwich, hot dogs, fries and chicken, nuggets, shrimp burger, gyros, and anything else you can think about. Call 382-9347 to place your orders 7 days a week.
Your family's legacy deserves a place of remembrance.
One that pays tribute to a life well lived. Imagine a picturesque garden where you can preserve your memories for a future generation in a serene, eco-friendly sanctuary
surrounded by lush tropical trees
where you and your loved ones can rest securely in infinite peace. Your legacy begins at the Orange Grove Memorial Gardens.
Call us now at 223-2178.
Home is where you can foster new memories, where you can rejuvenate. Home is where love is, a peace of mind. Home is a house with a land to expand. Home is at the serene Brackenow Park or the gated sanctuary of Ella Vista Gardens. 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, indoor laundry and private parking. Starting at $1.275 million, Home is DG Homes, Sangre Grande, 691-5659, 721-9186 or 379-8990. DG Homes, modern and luxurious living for all.
Come home, it's all you need. A little bit of city in the country. Sangre Grande is the place to be. DG Homes gives you luxury. Affordable, brand new. DG Homes come shining through. Step into reality, a home of possibilities. Dreams come true, it could be you. DG Homes, modern, luxurious living for all.
There's a new drink that's transforming what you expect from a beverage. U-Juice is 100% natural and has the power of red ginseng, turmeric, ginger, and the world's strongest antioxidant, astaxanthin. Your new favorite drink has arrived. U-Juice, en route to the ultimate you.
U-Juice, U-Juice, U-Juice. I'm on my drink, we got that natural boost.
Listen up, everybody. More FM 104.7 presents the Charmaine Ford Show, hosted by international singing sensation Charmaine Ford. Mondays and Wednesdays. Tune in, call in, click on, turn it up. You've got to listen. You can't miss a thing. We're talking it all. A magazine-type format talk show that's innovative, informative, educational, and yes, fun. Yes, fun. It's not just talk. There's a whole lot of music. Listeners' participation is a must. The Charmaine Ford Show is on More FM Iconic Radio, Mondays and Wednesdays, 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. The Charmaine Ford Show is on your radio.
Make today a lucky day with KFC Lucky 7 bucket. Savings never taste so good. KFC in your neighborhood. 7 pieces are delicious. Mouth water and chicken. 5 regular size for $1.17. Now that's savings. KFC Lucky 7 bucket. 7 bucket. We're lucky with KFC.
Happy to save with a KFC Lucky 7 bucket for only $117.
We're lucky with KFC. This is the thing, KFC Munch Pack, a good vibes we bring. Munch Pack, you need a snack. I suggest KFC Munch Pack. Treat yourself with a Munch Pack. Munch nights when you're hungry. Come and get a great deal from KFC. 1 piece and fries, $19.95.
Munch nice with a KFC Munch Pack with 1 piece and fries for only $19.95.
Munch Pack. Munch nights when you're hungry. Munch Pack from KFC.
Why is there still so much period stigma? Why have we been taught that our feelings are related with PMS? Why do people still believe that periods hold us back? I won't hide who I am. My body is strong, but it can also be vulnerable. I am everything the women who came before me dreamed of. I don't accept period stigma. I am a new cycle.
Period or not, she can. With You by Kotex, you can choose from a variety of pads, liners, and tampons, so nothing can hold you back. Available nationwide.
On Saturday, October 22nd, the stars will align, and ladies, it's your time to shine. In red, Red October. Red October, a night of glitz and glamour at the Police Mess, Long Circular Road, St. James. Doors open at 10 p.m. Party till 5 with the Hitman Howie T, the Golden Child, Sir Charles, and King Kabuki. Limited advance tickets are $80 at Bobby's Baccarat, Crosby St. James, and the Police Mess. At the door, you pay more. Look your best and dress to impress in red. Red October. Red October. Saturday, October 22nd. The Police Mess, St. James. The class act from
Restyles Funeral Home Company Limited. Services include cremation, burial, embalming, human remains repatriation, tents, and grave markers. At Restyles Funeral Home, you can stay in the comfort of your own home and be assured that all your funeral needs are met, from the time your loved one passes on to the day of burial or cremation, which simply means we do registration, acquire death certificates, and much more. We are on call 24 hours, 350-3626 or 218-5104.
Diwali is in the air, and with it comes festivities and fasting. Luckily, my family and I can enjoy a nice, tasty veggie burger thanks to Royal Castle. Whether it's lunch or dinner, the Royal Castle veggie burger is great on its own or in a combo with a side and a 16-ounce drink. And it's healthy too. A nutritious patty made with oats, lentils, chana, potatoes, and carrots. Inside, a soft bun with tomatoes and lettuce. So for this season of lights, try the tasty and healthy veggie burger. Shubh Diwali from Royal Castle.
Come to Sheltec for your everyday gaming needs. Get your eShop, PSN, Roblox, and Steam cards. Also get the latest PS5, PS4, Xbox, and Switch games. We have everyday specials, 2 for 500 on games for everyone. Shop online at sheltechelectronics.com and get even more discounts. Visit us at 11 to 13 Frederick Street, Capital Plaza, Port of Spain. Come to Sheltec for your everyday gaming needs.
The ground report, the ground report.
The government of Trinidad and Tobago is not closing down Petrotrin.
The ground report, the ground report.
I would think that there's been very clear that all the employees of Petrotrin will exit the company. All.
The ground report with Mikey K, Andy Williams, and Lennox Smith.
Yes, we are back. Boy, so much taking place, so much happening. So, there are those who listen to what was said today. And I want to, of course, once again highlight the fact that we may be at a disadvantage, but we still have that fighting spirit. My issue is those who are propagating this thing about morality and integrity, and it's quite clear that the perception can easily be perceived as you're in the pockets of the Balizé. Where's this journalistic integrity that everybody talks about? Ethics in journalism and your duty to be neutral and all of that. And we still support these enterprises. Goff, give them the numbers, please, and let's open up the lines. I know folks have been waiting for quite some time to get on the inside. Those of you who've been asking about Tabakit, apparently he's better now. He's okay. He's up.
Oh, he was under the weather, I understand. I wasn't certain, but now that you have confirmed. Yes, indeed. Yeah, all right. It's nice to hear that something positive has come out, unlike, of course, our belated Belakal. All right.
Yeah. Morning.
Good morning.
If we have anyone,
those numbers to call 229-0251, 229-0251, or 239-5120, 239-5120. Good morning, caller.
Hey, good morning to
you. Good morning.
Lennox, Andy, everybody. Mikey.
Good morning.
You said something there this morning. The first thing I want to say, I want to commend the lady who called and said, what man can do, God could do. They take so much a hold. But I'm looking at them, this is why boy. You see what ended up happening? After they give the man the money, they say the hospital out of the country because he fearful for his life. Now you hear, I make it up there, Jody and see go try to kill him. Now you hear all kind of thing about president and this and that. You have to ask yourself, who he was fearful for his life? You remember the Christian killer after that brought down the Macmillan government, Mikey? You must remember that. is a Jamaican do it. He collect his money and he in England. And he go stay there and talk, he never coming back here. And when the story start on, a lot of men go drink Amazon. Right? You don't know. At the end of this, Albury might take his dose. You think an old for man, you just fall in it. Profuno scandal with Christine Keeler and all them bring on Immaculate Jamaican cause that. You think that's stupid? To come back here? Even if they give him the money and come in, but you go see up there and you go talk, and the whole government go fall down. Thank you, Mikey.
Thank you.
Thank you, caller. Morning.
Good morning, caller.
Hello?
Yes, good morning.
Hi, good morning, Mikey, Cuff, Lennox, and
Good
Andy. Good morning to everybody. Mikey, but that was
Yes,
not surprising by that Samaru man. We are seeing what the media is doing. That is why when the partnership government was there, they had the Voice newspaper. You understand? To push out their agenda. We are seeing, because as I told you, Mikey, that morning, we heard nothing. The only thing I heard yesterday on the news was about Farris' press conference. Nothing was ever said about Mrs. Pasabi-Sessa's press conference. And we expect Farris to leave. No, Farris not going anywhere because they're going to make excuses because they're keeping each other's secrets. If Farris leave here, he might get no rent until again. And how we gonna do that? They can't do him that, right? But the thing is, you pay a man, you give a man $13.8 million for his legal fees, both here and abroad. You give him immunity and whatever else you give him, and you want to say that was not a sweetheart deal? Well, if that was a sweetheart deal, what is? Your rent money? Your 300 recusals? No. Something has to take place in this country, and I'm not talking about violence. And the next thing I'm hearing a whole set of who shot John this morning. Mrs. Pasabi-Sessa is not a violent person. She's not a wajang. She is not going to get on and create things like email and water tank and drugs and water tank and all this kind of thing. That is not her. If all you want what all you're waiting for? I want to know all the protests that is happening across the globe. Were they waiting on the opposition to do it? Were they calling on you, or was it affecting their lives? And they got up and they did something about it. But every Monday morning and twice on a Sunday, it's about Kamla. There be no difference in the PNM. You hear? And you talk, and he say that who he got the advice from? Gilbert Peterson and that men's man, whatever his name is, Douglas Menz. Douglas Menz is sitting as chair on the Securities and Exchange Commission. Gilbert Peterson is sitting as the chair on the Telecommunications Authority. All you expect them to give all the bad advice? And look who Farris? No, they ain't gonna rock the boat. They're not going to rock the boat. Thanks a lot and have a good morning.
Thank you so much. The lines are open. I know you've been waiting to get on the inside. We're having a serious discussion here, and we're looking at all the games that are being played out. We must get our story out there. We must control our narrative. We have to share the information. People who depending on mainstream media are not getting the justice. They don't know that they're not reporting it. Questions are not being asked. Here it is that everybody distancing themselves now, especially not just from Alwari, but from the whole issue. Dr. Rowley said that you see that issue? That issue, it's not a cabinet issue. Nelson issue is not a cabinet issue. But did Alwari act on his own? If it's not a cabinet issue, you see, a lot of names are being called now because they're looking for scapegoats and to see who they could throw under the bus, Lennox. So you're hearing this one get advice from that one. This one, I don't know nothing about that. This one saying he never talked to me. Next one saying, hey, when you wrote me, I told you I don't want to get involved in that. I don't want to part of that. And in spite of me writing that, you still went ahead and do what you wanted to do. You cannot have a Lone Ranger just out there, and at the end of the day, their actions are costing us money. You have to understand that it is our pocket that is feeling the pain. Our pocket, when the dust settles, you will have all these legal minds and all these legal servants of the court, humble servants of the court, walking away with millions and millions and millions of dollars. That's our money. Nobody ain't put up the rental property as any sort of guarantee that if anything go wrong, you could take it, Nobody ain't put up the bank account in Malta. Nobody ain't put up no thing that they have hiding somewhere. They ain't putting up their own. That belongs to us. So you can't just go willy-dilly and make these deals, these backroom deals and under-the-table deals and do all of this in secrecy. And at the end of the day, you end up costing us money. That money could go towards infrastructure. That money could go towards buying laptops for the students. Remember the 2,000 plus that fell through the cracks? That even Dr. Rowley said he can't find them? That money could go to help the TTPS. That money could go to some venture to provide jobs. Who is Nelson? How all of this attention is centered around Nelson and this deal? People understand that. Who's on the outside?
Well, I can understand Dr. Rowley's position. He would have had a conversation saying, listen, I fire you here. You're no longer general. We know this thing is coming up. But you are on your own because I will not fire you. But if you can't defend yourself properly, at the end of the day, I will have to distance my government from you. So go and try your luck and hope for the best. Good morning.
That's right.
Good morning, gentlemen. Hello? Yes, good morning,
yes,
gentlemen. Good morning. What I would like to know, why these two Queen Councils who Harare is implicating in his foolishness, why don't they come and say something? If it's yes, they advise him, or if it's no, they did not advise him. Because in any case, they have no right to involve themselves in that matter. You understand? So I want to know, all Harare is doing is lying. He even mentioned Rowley and Stuart Young and all them. Why don't all of them come out and say what is really going on? He realized he jammed against a corner, so he's trying to see all who he could involve in his foolishness. I think it's time for him to step down.
Well, both councils where he say he got advice from, one is the head of the Trinidad and Tobago Communications Authority, and the other one is sitting on one of the regulatory institutions in the country. Just cross the T and dot the I's.
Yeah. We have anyone there, Cuff?
No, we don't.
We don't. Lennox, can the nation get an update on Crystal Towers, please? Because apparently we will have to go with camera and visit the office because what is the delay here?
Well,
this thing is simple.
The ultimate decision maker is out of the country. I have discussed with the principals of this issue a strategy that I will adapt today, and after today, of course, we will. I am suggesting that we then make a decision as to go to the next stage, as you just recommended.
Yeah, because that's no, because the man who making the placards, he wants to know. We forward him the proper spelling of the travel agency, the tour operator, and if we have to gather outside, we gather outside because this is nonsense. Whether it's a store, wherever you're getting any sort of injustice, call us. Because $16,000 is not easy to come by. I don't understand. She had a problem. No, they had a problem with the modulation of Andy Williams' voice and what have you. But it's the same Andy Williams that she promised right here live on radio that she would reach out, have some kind of correspondence with him, and talk with him. Time lapsed on that. They never did anything. I gave out my number. Time lapsed on that. They never called. And then yesterday they're saying that they don't like the tone or however. And okay, so you want to pull things inside. You want the neighbors who are going to see if it is that your business out on the street. Fine. Well, let us know what date and time that we could come down, because it's only fair that we tell our listeners. They would want to know if we're serious, if we're going the distance for them. And yes, we are going the distance for each and every one of you. that lock onto this program and supports this program. Yes, we don't care about your political affiliation. Injustice is injustice. Bottom line, we will come out. So we need to know Andy's voice tone or whatever is not the issue here. The issue here is, as the tour operator, it was your responsibility to ensure that everything was lined up properly, check the criteria, this is what it takes, and you simply go ahead and accommodate your customer. Simple as that. A policy cannot come into effect the first of the year in the first month, and then when somebody purchasing in June of that very said year, you don't tell them about the policy that was implemented. So as a tour travel operator, I mean, that does not make sense. So come on. Has nothing to do with the airline. Has nothing to do with the airline. You have the 16,000, not the airline. You have it. The people want their money.
It has connotations as far as the possibility of fraud. Because I mean, it was a sale that that you knew could not have been sold, a sale that could not have been sold.
And whether they're out of the country or not, which is of course compounded the insensitivity here. The people can't travel, but you could leave at any time and just jump on a plane like you're taking some international Uber. And the people who are left holding nothing, you simply don't seem to even care enough to try to deal with it. Doesn't make sense. You are not here. Wherever you're off to, enjoying your life, there are people who are stuck $16,000 less because they entrusted you to do the right thing and deliver on what they were purchasing. You did not give them back their money. Doesn't add up. Simple as that. No matter where you are in the world, you can be reached. You can be in contact with someone, and I'm sure they're telling you, hey, this thing doesn't look good. We're trying to get it resolved. Then do so. Get it resolved.
Yeah.
Who we have on the outside there? Morning, welcome. Lines are open.
Those numbers to call 229-0251 or 239-5120. Good morning, caller.
Morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
Lower the volume on your radio, please.
Yeah, Malavaya.
Yeah, Malavaya.
First, I'm not sure if Mr. Kival Singh has cleared the air. He's still to clear the air.
You'll have to lower the volume on your radio, sir.
Yeah, Mr. Kival Singh is still to clear the air. On whether it is a coincidence. While he was on Police Service Commission, that he received legal brief amounting to $3.4 million. Right? And he has not left clear the air on that, as far as I know. Did he? Because he was bobbing and weaving and never answered the question clearly when it was posed to him. Right? The point I'm making is that everything is being done under this administration to try to protect persons whose obviously their integrity is brought under question by certain action that has been taken. The Southwest Regional Authority as well need to explain to the public if in fact this is a mere coincidence. We in this country, we have to continue to press for answers to these things. We have an Attorney General who is still, his integrity is under question because he commits an act of dishonesty in a court out of this country. And he's still sitting as the Attorney General, right? Former Attorney General, his name is coming up in commerce now. And we have a government who is failing to take action. Why? Because let us protect the name PNM by leaving him independent. But there's no way that he could have been independent. I will not accept that he acted of his own. Cabinet, Dr. Rowley, and they have to know. They must. Have a good day, gentlemen.
Thank you, Gola. Morning.
And Barry, we have a call?
Morning, gentlemen.
Go ahead. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Mahatma again here from Central. The question we keep asking, did Rowley know? But look at the simple answer. A permanent secretary cannot take it upon themselves to write a check for over 10 million and 6 million on their own, or just by the minister asking them to do it, it must be accompanied by a cabinet note. That is important. The permanent sec can't do it on his own or her own. So the simple answer is it must be accompanied by a cabinet note. So how could Rowley say he knows nothing about it? Then this, if it is true and he take no action as yet against the permanent sec or Alwari, then something is definitely wrong. But he has to know about it because of the amount. So check that out, gentlemen. Good day.
Thank you.
Well, of course, Dr. Walu was all over the country, of course, talking about the potential for UNC operatives to be incarcerated and so on. He's on public record. I mean, and there's a plethora of course, information with respect to that. To say now that you don't know a man who, of course, took over the position of even commissioner of police at one time, he knows that his integrity is so impugned that no one takes him seriously in that regard. So
no, but
I don't think
we have to be serious here, because that last statement by that caller there is so correct, and I've been asking it all morning. Did Prime Minister Dr. Keith Rowley know about the indemnity agreement? And if so, did he approve it? But what you have being that we are seeing here is that he told reporters that he didn't know if the cabinet or the Prime Minister knew about the indemnity. But in the signed statement of the 25th of August 2022, he told the police that he discussed Vincent Nelson's statement of the case, Vincent Nelson's statement of case, with Dr. Keith Rowley, Ministers in Legal Affairs Stuart Young, Fitzgerald Hines, Renuka Sagmersingh Suklal, and Attorney General Reginald Amor. Yes.
So there you have it. There you have it.
There you have it.
We don't need to be rocket scientists to understand.
The statement is right there, Lennox.
Yeah,
the statement is right there. Did you discuss the Vincent Nelson case with anyone in government, as might be expected, with a case involving Annan Ramlogan? And he signed it, and yes, I discussed this case with the Prime Minister, Dr. Keith Rowley. Ministers in the Ministry of the Attorney General and Legal Affairs, Stuart Young, Fitzgerald Hines, Renuka Sagmersingh Suklal, and Attorney General Reginald Amor SC. He signed it. He signed it.
Good morning.
And the conspiracy goes further, because the fact that he dismissed him from the Attorney General's portfolio shows that they were anticipating this coming. So therefore, so all of them are aware. Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning. What was the penalty paid to O'Halloran when he stole our millions of dollars and went? What was the penalty paid to Prevat when he got millions of dollars out of commissions or the sale of the DC-9? What I'm saying, having these people out of office is not the only answer. We must have a penalty in Trinidad, whether we seize their passport as from today until everything is clear. But we must show these people and that you cannot steal Trinidad money and decide to do what you want with it and get away with it. We must set an example for the rest of politicians, and I am feeling right now very sorry for the youths of Trinidad and Tobago to have these politicians as people who we have to look up to. I'm very sorry. I have no idea who in Trinidad want to be a politician again after looking at these people. The next point, where are the independent officers, the independent senators voice in all this? Where is the law of our association of lawyers in all this? Right, those are my three questions. Thanks.
Thank you, caller. You're so correct. Listen, this is what went on. This is the bottom line, right? You saw a man sitting yesterday in a press conference all by himself. Lennox is correct. It raises red flags. It raises questions as to why it is that you were removed as Attorney General and placed as a minister in rural development. Right, okay. So you are the greatest grass cutter. There's never been a more sort of a model-like figure when it comes to that. Fine. Okay,
grass cutter.
Cool. Right. They smelled the rat. They knew it was coming. It was only a matter of time. It was inevitable that the thing will hit the fan. Right. So what do? What we saw yesterday playing out was people's interests. It could have been the Archangel Gabriel who say, hey, look out for my boy. You see what's going on here? We've invested a lot of time into this boy. This boy mother groom him, you know. Forget about the fact that he may not be the best legal mind. Forget about that. But he looks the part, right? It come like them little boy bands before when they used to use voiceovers. They're marketable. He is politically marketable. That is what he was groomed for. That is what he was taught. That is what he was schooled upon, to look the part. That is all Al-Wari is, to look the part. There's nothing in there. Vacant space. Nothing between the ears. Nothing. Empty hall. You could rent it out for a fete or a wedding. But they say, hey, go out there and look out for me boy. He sat alone. You saw a man, a desperate man, sitting alone.
Abandoned by his prime minister. Say, you are on your own. If you convince the population, fine. Most I can say is that.
So somebody went along with him.
Deny. Yeah.
Somebody went along with him, just to, of course, say, listen, look out for him as far as the media. Hey, our time is up. Lennox, want to thank you guys so much. Don't forget, later on tonight, 8 o'clock, you have Lennox Smith. And coming up next, Robert Amar and Ruby Gem, Sense and Sensibility, to take you through the mid-morning session. Folks, want to thank you, Technical Director Cuff, Andy Lennox. Folks, be safe. Take care.
Andy Williams, and Lennox Smith.
Disclaimer. More FM Limited, its owners and associates, accepts no responsibility for statements made by the talk show hosts or their guests. More FM Limited does not endorse any of the information provided during this commercially booked segment as the truth. That you have to judge for yourself. We, however, reserve the right to question statements made. But in this time of misinformation, government-controlled media, and corruption, it is sometimes hard to get the truth. But we must try. It is not our intention to discriminate or annoy anyone. We believe it is our constitutional right to free speech, to voice our opinion, and our duty to the population and country to expose the truth. More FM Limited takes no responsibility for the opinions of others.